Hi, friends. How is everyone? I may have stayed up until like 6 o'clock in the morning, so we slept in very, very, very late today. I wanted to be live.
It's
I
Britney,
wanted to
bitch.
be live, mayhaps. I wanted to be live between noon and 2, and I could not even pull myself out of my bed until 3 o'clock this afternoon. I woke up so many times and I was like, I am so tired. Like I could not get up. My hair is very frizzy today. My hair is very frizzy today. How is everyone? How is everyone's weekend so far? How's everyone's Saturday? Um, I'm not gonna bullshit. We can still chat, but we're gonna get into the game. I have an enchilada, and I'm not really feeling it. So we'll like munch on this a little bit. It's Biza Laz. Hi Laz, how are you? I'm gonna assume you don't work today because it's probably early, right? It's like noon for you? Well, it's like 1 o'clock for you. Okay. Biggie, hello. Congratulations on second. There we go. Do those Doritos minis just taste better? I like the Doritos minis. I think they're good. I can't say they taste better, but they're definitely good. They don't schedule you on weekends? That's very lucky. What was I doing? What was I doing? The minis hit different. They're pretty good. Oh, there's Laz on Zelda. They're pretty good. I don't like. I can't say that they taste different though. You know, like they taste like Doritos. Like they taste like broken Doritos. I don't know. They're good though. They're good. I got. So I've gotten the mini Doritos in both flavors. I've gotten the mini Cheetos, which are just cheese balls. Like they're nothing fancy. What was that? What was that noise? And then I've gotten the mini Sun Chips. The mini Sun Chips were good. And the Amaranth. Alright, so I would like I would really like to unlock towers so I have my map. But that tower over there that I just tried to go to, wait, it's kind of a bish. And they usually don't try to break it. Nice. Nice. So I feel like there's not a ton of like weapons um in this game. Like you're really supposed to craft weapons. How do I get up there? Is there a thing that fell? What do I have so far? You mean of my abilities? I have almost all of them. I just have these two left. But I don't know if there's a. Oh, can I climb up here and teleport through? Let's see. Let's see. I was kept getting distracted. What I was trying to say was, ah, no, no, no. I don't like these. No, I don't like these. Please, no. I don't like those things. I don't like those things. Don't fall into it! What are you doing? Better climb, you link motherfucker. What are these? I don't like these things. I do not like these things. You have to kill each hand? Oh, I don't like those. Oh, is that the Old Hands McGee? Old Hands McGee needs to absolutely fuck off. A dark clump. Nice. I absolutely hate it. It's because I went in the butthole the other day. That's why. Now they're following me. Damn. I screwed myself over. My curiosity screwed myself over. Can I get up? Oh wait, that's like the mark. Wait, there's a mark there. See that right there? Does that mean I can teleport there? Is there a mark on the ground that represents it? How do I get right there? No, I guess it's just coincidence. Damn. So how do we get to Sky Islands? There must be a way. I really can't. Like, this is really too low? Or not lined up? Do you want to know what it is? I ended up killing one the other day. Is it the equivalent of like a dead hand? What key items do you have? Oh. Not a ton. I've got a lot of basics, like sticks and stuff. Yeah, I don't think you can get up this way. I think you have to find a thing. I want to get up there. May have similar properties to it. Oh, okay. So, do I not possess what I need yet? Or am I just not lining it up properly? Because it looks like I should be able to... Not that one. This one. Like, it looks like I should be able to ascend. But I cannot... I cannot ascend. Okay. Well, that sucks. Why did I do that? See, that one's so low to the ground. Why can't I get up there? Wait, can I climb this? Am I stupid? Can I literally climb this vine? Well, not right now because it's raining, which is why I wasn't thinking of climbing anything. But I wonder if I can just straight up climb this vine when it stops raining. I bet I can. It's gonna stop raining right now. There we go. Do I have enough stamina, though, is the question. Don't think I have enough stamina for this. I might. We're not even at the halfway marker. We might be okay. Let's see. Can I get a little bit of footing here? okay. Let's see. Let's see what we've got for food. Alright, let's see what we've got for stamina food. Okay, hold on. You. Okay. I ended up ignoring the questline until I figured out there's definitely something missing. Okay, so I got the paraglider only because I wanted to serve my own self-interest, and I like to unlock all of the towers so my entire map is exposed. So I focused on unlocking the first tower. That is all I will tell you. But essentially, if you continue Pura's storyline for a little bit longer and you unlock the first tower, you will get the paraglider. Okay. A bouncy device. What does this do? Woo! Okay. Figure that out. So. Do these launch? Oh. How do I launch them? I figured that out after roaming here from. Oh, are you asking how long after? I streamed for 7, almost 8 hours yesterday. Maybe about 4 hours? Maybe? Maybe? Okay. So how do you get this across? So it wasn't too long. No. So I got to the surface. I landed right next to I call it the butthole, but I landed right next to one of those like holes, one of the chasms, and my curiosity caused me to jump into it, and I died. And then I went straight to Pura, and then I did whatever Pura's very first quest is. I did. And then I was like, oh, I want to get the tower because I want to get my map. Like, how do I do it? And then she gives you the paraglider. So I was like, oh, that was an accident, but okay. What am I getting here? What am I doing here? Oh, see, I'm supposed to take this to get back? How do you get the ball over? Can I also hand it over? You won't go. What if I could just fucking yeet it with my Ultra Hand? That'd be really cool. Climbing down it, it didn't work. Hi, Tatiana. It's going good. It's going good. How are you? I saw you playing this last night. Are you enjoying it? Alright, there's something I'm not thinking about. What am I not thinking of? Wow, look at that. That's crazy. Alright, can I hold on? These? No. 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 Oh, you do this to rewind these, though. I get that. Okay. Okay. Why'd you just yeet back up? Alright, let me think here for a second. Okay, so I can't use Ultra Hand to... Wait, do you see those right there? Those aren't... for this, are they? Don't want to say too much more, though. Yeah, you are way too low to go there. Alright, let me think for a second. Let me think for a second. So you bounce to get back over. But you can't bounce... Wait, can you bounce while you're holding these? No, because you have to set it off to bounce it. Right? Oh, that's not what to do. There we go. So if I let this count all the way down, will it pop back up? It does. Okay. Can I do this? How do I... Oh my god. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I fucking figure this out? Like, accidentally? And then... And then this, right? No, it's gonna move the whole thing. Okay, so how do I make this thing go? Like, how do I make it bounce? Do I just hit it? Ah! I'm so good at Zelda! Why am I so good at Zelda? Oh my gosh, I don't even know if that's how you were supposed to do that. Alright, next. 2 stacked bouncy things. Two stacked bouncy things? Do I need to make both of them bounce? Oh. Okay. So hit it to make it go down again. Alright, so how do I make them both bounce? Alright, so what do I have that explodes other than arrows? Because how do I, like, I can't, like, shoot down the arrows, obviously. I mean, I probably could just throw a bomb flower, right? If I have any, I do. Now it knocked me off! God damn it. Alright, that obviously was not the answer. I'd have to do it all again. I shouldn't, right? No. Oh, I have the feeling I'm gonna have to do this all again. Yep. I do. It's okay. It's easy enough. Oh my god. Why did you go for... Why did you go forward? Like, my hand wasn't even on the thing. Weird. Okay, so we don't need to do any of this other shit, because we know what we need to do. We need our ultra hand. Okay. And then we grab you. And then we... put you where you belong. No. GG, what are you doing, baby? You're being kind of, loud over there. Okay. Attempt number 1, because we've never failed anything in this game. My ear itches again. People stop talking about me because my ear's itching. No, stop. Okay. And then heat. Okay. Now, while that does that, no, go back where you're supposed to go. There we go. Okay. So then it's gonna open this double one in here. Is what I don't get. Okay. I don't understand. Okay, do I not need the double in here? Like, is that not... No, I need to go up there. Okay. Alright, are you telling me to go onto here? Is that what you're telling me? No, go in the middle there. No, go in the middle. No, go in the middle. There we go. Attach. Okay. So, what happens if I hit the bottom one? Okay. So now, how do I trigger the bottom one? Wait. If I do this, does it do all of them? Holy shit! Okay. That's what I needed! Holy shit! Handsy goo monsters be pretty spooky. Laz, how much time do you think you've put in the game so far? I have... about 8 hours, I think. Okay. Oh, a star! Oh, wow, it's so far. It made it crash, too. Did you see that? Holy. Alright, so there's a tower right there. Maybe that tower will be a little easily accessible? A little more easily accessible? Alright, it's 120. Do we think we can make it to that shooting star? Or that star fragment. It's not a shooting star anymore. I have like a smudge here. It's distracting me. Which is why I bought those Lysol or those Windex wipes that are right next to me that I clearly haven't used yet. Oh, also, I haven't figured it out yet. Don't spoil it if you have figured it out. But I haven't figured out how to like glue those signs for those dudes yet. Wait, is this? Wait, am I about to go to Kakariko? Oh, wait, I have to go this way. Not Kakariko yet. Glue signs? Yeah. Hi, buds. So like, there's these dudes around Hyrule, and they're holding signs by hand. And they're like, we can't let it go. We can't let it go. We have to hold these signs. And I'm like, I bet if I use my ability, I could glue it for them and they could let go. But I don't know how they do it. You haven't tried anything though? You might have an idea. Alright, this is Kakariko. Oh look, there's a shrine in there. Alright, can we get this? I don't know how I'm gonna get this. What time is it? 3? Okay. Okay, hold on. Why did that it's this, the star fragment's gonna fall when it discovers. Watch, there it goes. Yep, shit. Ah! Bye, little star! Goodbye, little star! Mine. And now we're in Kakariko Village. Look at that. Right, where'd that shrine go? Right there? Oh, we're in little Kakariko Village. My leg itches. Let's go across. And we'll stand on this little thing for a second and get some stammy. Buds, how are you? I've seen you enjoying some Sea of Thieves lately. Climb. So far, I don't want to, like, jinx it. I'm probably going to jinx it by saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway because that's what streamers do, is we talk bullshit. So far... No! There's no way it started raining right there. Oh, look, there's a dispenser. What I was trying to say is so far, there haven't been any shrines that I wasn't able to figure out whether it be through brute force or otherwise. That's a frog. A sticky frog. Wait. How do I do the thing? Did you see what that said, chat? A highland tomato. Full nutrition, kindly ooh, widely from cold areas to warm climates. Interesting. The sticky frog lets you climb surfaces in the rain. That's crazy. Alright, so can I throw... What do I need? Fire? It's raining though, so this might be a waste. You just went through the other? Okay, sure. Oh, I didn't have to burn it. I could just walk through it. Much better if someone stole my copy. And I got a flat tire while driving to work. No. Buds. I'm so sorry. I've had that happen like one singular time in my entire video gaming career. And so now if it's a game that I know, like know for sure that I want day one, no questions, I'll just get it digitally. Like, I'll end up buying a physical Tears of the Kingdom, but I knew I wanted it day one. Oh, a side quest.
Oh.
You come see the ring ruins too? Might bump into each other in the village, seeing the sights. If you want to learn about the ring ruins, be sure to ask the Zonai survey team or the village chief. You'll find her and a few team members under the ring ruins, the one floating on the north side of the village.
Ooh.
The only most amazing sight to see in Hyrule. The ruins that fell everywhere. These ring-shaped wonders, only 5 of them. Stone slab with Zonai writing in 4 of the ruins. These ancient messages are the main reason I came to this village. The problem is, I have an extreme fear of heights. My legs start shaking if I'm even on the 2nd floor of a house. That's kind of pathetic. And every ring ruin fell somewhere high up. One of the ruins is floating above part of the village, so at least I can see it from below. The other 4, forget about it. I can't even get close. I wish I could find out what's on the stone slabs in each of those ruins. Okay. No, really 2, but I had a gift card. Ah, I see. At least you didn't yeah, I see. Annoying, but I get it. Oh. Arrows and thrown weapons fly farther? That's so cool. Interesting. So you can make an elixir. Oh, that's really cool. I have 0. Absolutely 0 rubies, though. Yeah, the chasm. Yeah, I went into the butthole on accident, and then when I got the paraglider, I went back in, and I was like, this is terrible.
Hi.
But I did get a bunch of pose, which is nice. Hello, welcome. I'm sorry, the old fellas who stock this place are busy driving off monsters. They've gone to the ring ruin that's among the hills that lead west of the village. So as you can see, we've almost run out of goods. Those 2, they just don't get along. That's going to stand in the way of them taking care of the problem. I can't go and check on them, and the longer they're away, the more worried I get. Okay. Let's do some side questing today, guys. She has 1 single egg to sell. On the bright seeds? Oh yeah, you can just throw them, Luz. Just throw the bright seeds. Wait, where's my regular, not my big ones? You just throw. Check them! Alright, so this is... Oh, wait, is she still here? Who are you? Oh, you guys are so cute. Oh, she's not here anymore. 50 feet below you. Okay, okay, okay. True, 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 true. True, true, true. You can put them on your weapon and chuck your weapon and then go pick your weapon back up too. Not like you need me to explain it to you. Lady Paya, where is she? Oh, over here? Oh my gosh, is Paya like a babe now?
Yeah.
The ring ruins are the most intriguing ruins I've researched, especially this one. The way part of it floats up there. You had the foresight to focus on all of these special ruins and invite the survey team to take a look right away. I'm impressed, Chief Paya. This guy's like a dude, bro. Oh no, I'm no chief. I just couldn't refuse my predecessor when she decided to pass the title to me rather suddenly. I'm really a chief in name only, since I still have a great deal to... What's me? Is that you, Master Link? Oh, I should have gone over to her naked! Missed opportunity. So happy to see you again. Hiya. Remember, she was so nervous last game? Like, if you would talk to her, she would, like, freak out. She'd be like, don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Princess Zelda's still missing? That just confuses the matter more. You see, I actually met with the princess not too long ago. It was immediately after the upheaval. Princess Zelda came here to Kakariko Village. Yeah, you can tell, yeah, Pura alone, I would say it's probably like 7 years. I don't think it's quite 10. Oh no, I really don't know. Where in relative to the castle is Kakariko? I shall test for you. Hold on. I'll show you.
Oh.
It's southeast of the castle. I'll show you. Hold on. Where is it? It's east of the castle. I just don't remember how far it is. I was so pleased to see you. I completely forgot common curse. I'm allowed to introduce Mr. Taro, esteemed member of the Zonai survey team. I invited him here to investigate the ring ruins that fell on our village. He has incredibly deep knowledge of the Zonai civilization. He's even familiar with Zonai script. He's truly an incredibly talented individual. He's a dude, bro. That was a design choice for sure. 7 clocks, yeah. Weird parts of my fascinating. Still elaborate. Okay, just everything that checks. Interesting. Oh, sages. Interesting. So much to understand. Yep. There's a ruin floating in the air. There's a slab. Can't investigate. I go against Princess Zelda's orders. I can. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm having trouble squaring your story about Zelda. With the Princess Zelda we met. Why won't she just show herself? She must have some reason. To find out Princess Zelda's true intentions, we have no choice but to trust her and leave that alone. So is somebody impersonating Zelda? Like, is that a thing? Okay, so... So here's... Yeah, so I was right. So it's southeast of the castle. Taro fucks hard. Seriously? He gets so much hootenanny. Let me in. Nintendo always knows what they're doing with their character models. Have you seen the Gerudo? They knew what they're doing. I shall go down there in probably 10 minutes. Wait, Laz, I'm having a dumb. What are we testing? Princess Lord's orders. Didn't quite catch the Y. These ruins will come crumbling down. Okay. Oh, Pia. Yeah, Pia. Okay. I was like, what are we testing? I completely forgot already. Alright, so can I go back over here? Oh, look, there's little platforms. Can I go here? I'm really curious about the sticky frogs. I think Ascend is so freaking cool. Oh yeah, I probably could have ascended here. Yeah, I love when you can ascend, and it does like the water animation. This is so, I love the water. The water part is so cool. Break. Okay. Or don't. That's just my favorite part right there. It's so good. It's so good. The iron shroom. Must have circled it or something. It's okay. We did it. So far, there's always one ability that I, like, forget about. Last game, it was, Cryonis. Like, I always forgot about, like, freezing water or, like, making water pillars or whatever. So Cryonis is the one I always forgot about in Breath of the Wild, and I have the feeling that Ascend is going to be the one I always forget about in this one. An upright device. Okay. Oh, it's literally going to make me ascend. Watch. Okay. So do I just... So how do I get him across? That's not far enough to go over there. Oh, I think... Okay, hold on. Okay, like this, and then we'll do... There we go. And then spin it around, and then, like, just, like, lean against, like, this wall or something. No! No, don't fall, don't fall. Don't fall! I fell. I fell trying to grab it. Maybe I have to take it off the little dude. Let's take the little dude off. Alright, let's put you away. What do these do, though? Pick up. Bro, what? Why? They have power. They have power, though. Why? Why do these little dudes have power? And where does the ball come from over here? Interesting. Interesting. Hey, Rach, how are you? Okay, so let's get this little dude. Oops, this way? Okay. So can you just, like, hook on here? Yeah, but then how do I get up? Can I just... No. What do these little dudes do? They have power to them. But why? They're like Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. I love it so far, Rachel. What happens when you... Oh, what happens when you hit? They weeble wobble, but don't fall down. Okay. Can I make this? Okay. So, stand this. Can I make that? Oh, I think that's just Chalma. And then I can grab that, right? No, no, no. And then I can grab this, right? Grab? No. Grab? Link, I swear! Look, stand right in front of you and grab that. No. No. I swear on my fucking life. Why won't he grab the bottom of this climb? Alright, 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 alright. What am I missing? Like, he can reach that right there, right? Oh, I'm a little far, actually. Grab. 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 Grab, 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 grab! Son of a fuck. Alright. How do I get on this and then turn it on so he can stand me up straight? I don't think it's gonna make any difference, but we'll see if being next to this little tiny little lip right here will change anything at all. I just stood on his head and it didn't grab the grate. Like, I'm actually confused why he won't grab this fucking grate. I just climbed to the other one. Like, there we... Jesus. I want this tang growth here. There we go. Jeez. That was so ridiculous trying to get him to grab this stupid thing. Okay. Now. Oh, I see this one already. Okay. I see. This one we have to launch over. Wait, is this attached? It is, okay. Got it. Let's go. Go where you're supposed to go. There's no way. There's no way that it's just gonna sit there and roll instead of going down. Explain to me how it's on... How it's on... How the fuck do I get out now? This can't be real. Like, this can't fucking be real right now. I can't get up here. There's no way. Slowly on top of that. Oh, there we go. This is ridiculous. This is actually fucking ridiculous right now. Like, this is so fucking stupid. I can't believe that that happened. I can't believe that this is actually like a hard line too. Like when I was pushing it, it didn't even move either. That's actually ridiculous. Alright, so what do I do with this one now? Like what the fuck? That was so ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, so now what do I do with this? I have to get over now. This won't launch me. Right? Like, that won't launch me that far. Will it? Oh, maybe I have to do it and then fly it. Nope. Okay. Okay. Let's line it up just a little bit further. I have doubts, chat. I think I tried too early. I think I tried to glide too early. Ah! Why did you spawn me? Why did you spawn me right where I fell? Games are really rude like that sometimes. No, I want you to fall down. But not that way! God damn. Alright, I wonder how, like, do I need to be closer? Or do I need to be further? I have to sneeze too. That time, literally, he didn't even take his paraglider out that time. Alright, this is the bane of my existence now, is this puzzle. Because he just does not want to cooperate. Alright, so the question is, am I too close or am I too far? Is this one taller? Could I, like, stack these? Alright. No, I think it should be on the other side. I think it should be on the other side. Okay. This is probably a humongous waste of fucking time. Because it's probably not gonna do what I need for it to do. And then stack this one on top of here. I'm not gonna be able to shoot that with this fucking thing here, though. Okay. Okay. This might not work, but we're gonna try it. So if I did that, like, here, I can shoot it here, in theory. Right? Also incorrect. Can I shoot through this? No. Oh my god, it worked! Okay. It worked. That's usually how I end up solving these puzzles. It's just like, oh! Yay, you got it! Oh, jeez. That wasn't embarrassing at all, chat. It's fine. The one thing about playing Switch on stream is my posture goes to shit. Because I'm, like, leaning and... Alright. What's that? What's this? Oh, it's my glowy pay that I put down. I didn't see how you solved it. I had to walk away because someone was at the door. Oh, so the catapult that I was making with the 2 pieces wasn't launching me high enough. So I went back and I grabbed another one of the old pieces from, like, the previous puzzle and I attached it to the catapult. Again, not sure if that's how you were supposed to solve it, but that's how I did. Is the stealth armor still in here? It is. And the bones armor? Oh. Thank you, lady! I didn't know if having 2 of the Weebles... Oh, see, I didn't even think of that. I just needed to get more height, so I took one of the other great things and I stacked it on top of it. And then I launched myself. So far, my one thing is like, I have no money. I've come across no money. There's so many options. Exactly, and none of them are wrong. Like, if it literally solves it, it literally solves it.
You!
Come here. No, don't yell at me.
Oh? Oh. Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, what do we have? Here we go. Let's find these dudes. I need to get the tower over here. There's a lot of stuff I need to do. I need to stop sitting like a gremlin so my posture doesn't get all jacked up. Selling rather than finding money. Ugh. But that's less resources for me. Wait, where the fuck are these dudes? On the top over here? Ooh, I want. Sticky frog. I feel like those are gonna be super important. So I'm just gonna kill them instead of trying to, like, sneak up on them and catch them. The Highland tomatoes, though, are kind of funny. What is that? Oh, it's like a little puff. Can you stop, Link? Jeez. Oh my god, this is one thing about these games that has always driven me crazy. Is like the mechanic of like Link just like jumping on his own. How do I use these sticky frogs? Hold. I was like, do I just hold them and then my hands get sticky? Alright, this storm's almost over. I'm wondering if it's an elixir. We could probably make an elixir real quick. Pumpkaboo escape! Yeah, see, these dudes are right there. Up there. Hello. Oh, look at your cute little outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mishi! Oh, do you like mushrooms? Misko's treasure? Yes, sure. Oh, the Misko's treasure's in here? That's funny. Yes, tell me. No. Do you have a map? I do. What a coincidence. I happen to have a map. Here's what I've heard. Fairly wild. Okay. Quite stylish. Lets you quickly. Okay. We want that one. Very snappy. Keep you safe in lightning. Ooh. Okay, so we want the climbing one.
Oh.
Great fairies! Oh! Let's see, are there any? Woodland stable in the north. Okay. Okay. So, we want this one. The climbing outfit. We want this. How do I... No, I want to put a tag... Okay, the tag's already there. Whatever. Oh, wait. I've already marked next to that one. That's kind of convenient. Alright, so they said the shrine, the stable to the north. So we'll just mark something blue over there. See, there's the tower. Oh, this tower might be doable. Oh, now it stopped raining. Wonderful. Wait, now I can go back here before we go too far. Whee! Oh, I could have done this. This is nothing? There's no way that's nothing. Wait, there's no enemies over here? Seems awfully sus. Oh, Blurpee's over here, though. That's how you can get some rupees, if you're good at hitting the Blurpees. Sahasra Slope. Let me in.
Yeah.
I did. My apologies. It looks like we have a small problem. Read that the terminal at the Skyview Tower needs repairs, so I came to fix it, but... The door won't open. I have no clue why. But it won't budge, no matter how hard I push or pull. And that's the sliding door, so I'm obviously. Okay. Nearby caves will have some tasty mushrooms. Do you need mushrooms to be able to push the door? Oh my gosh. Okay. It would be really funny if it just opened for me. Okay, so there's supposed to be caves at the bottom of these cliffs. I found caves! Oh, hold on. I need to do this. No. This. No. This. And then this. And then this. And then this. Wait. This. Here we go. This is so ridiculous. Why? I don't know. There has to be an easier way to do this. Like, there has to be an easier way to do this. Oh, nice. Oh my, stop! Link! My god, sometimes. I don't like that noise. Whatever that noise is, I don't like it. I've made it through. What are these? Oh my god, what are these? I don't like these. Hold on, let's put something on here. Let's put this on here. Oh, I only have 2 bows left. What? Like, what are these, though? Like, in Zelda lore, what are these? Horriblin. Oh, oh no. Oh no, I need to fight him with my... Ah! Oh, he's very strong, hold on. Oh, he doesn't have a weapon now. Holy shit, what are those? Zelda mining sim? That was kind of absurd, like, let's be real. That whole thing was a little ridiculous. I mean, like, I could have used bombs, but that was a lot of, like, tight space in there. Okay, so that's clearly where we're supposed to be going. You just ran into this cave? That's funny. Look, there's more. Alright, so where does everything go? Like, where does... Stop, 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 stop. Like, am I supposed to be actually going through all of this? Alright, hold on. Let's go back and get... Alright, so we'll do this. We'll do this. Nope, I lied. This. Wait, can I... Oh, wait, wait. Can I just... Yes, I can. Amazing. Okay. So, this is clearly part of where we need to go. Best Buy is gonna replace your game? Very nice. I'm glad to hear it, buds. I would have been so devastated if that had happened to me. Rachel! Hi, Rachel. How are you? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I am having so much fun. I am having so much fun. I've been waiting so long for this game, and it's just been so fun. Turn around. For 3 hours? Oh my gosh. No, I pre-ordered. I didn't want to risk the potential of not, of potentially not getting it. Hi Trey, how are you? Welcome in. I'm doing wonderful. How are you? Alright, so I think this is what I need. Meat! I can make meat arrows now. Shield of the Mind's Eye. Okay, so... There was no like special mushrooms under here. Like all of the mushrooms were just regular mushrooms. Trey, that's my bot. You don't have I feel bad. A lot of people do that. That's my bot. No, a lot of people do that. No, a lot of people do that. But it's just more like, it's just one extra message that pops in when someone comes in. So like, I can make sure that I definitely don't miss when someone pops in for the first time. Alright, so is there an actual reason to go over here? Where's this? Here it is. Alright, let me do this, let me do this. See, I don't think there's actually anything else over here. It's funny because it keeps hitting this rock, which is like taking durability away. Oh, there's stuff in here. Okay. Where does this all go? No, stop, Link. Come on. See, I almost just want to break this so I can grab the new ones. There's nothing else over here. No, okay, so this is definitely gone over here. Okay, let's get this. Let's just finish breaking this board. Oh, there is more over here. Holy shit. Holy shit. This cave is, like, impossible. Wait, oh, no, stop swinging. What's in here? Ah! Scared me. Come on, Mr. Blurpy Frog. Let's use this. Blurpy. Okay. So there's nothing else in here now. We can continue. This cave is kind of bonkers. It's kind of endless. Alright, so that's out. This we've already been. What are you? You're new. A glowing cavefish. Its light enzyme can make one's body glow. There's so many new... I feel like this boy is lying about shrooms. Wait, did you do this too, Laz? Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. Alright, listen, I went in the cave.
Oh.
Hold on. Hold on. Is this... Hold on. Are one of these mushrooms... Like, are one of these supposed to give you, like, strength? I'm confusion here. Okay. So. Cook into a dish. Okay, so let's do... Bright mushroom skewer. Wait, wait, is this... Wait, is this how you see, like, in the dark? Wait, no. You're just, like, kind of glowing a little bit. Okay. Okay. So there has to be something that makes you strong. I'm absolutely loving it, Trey. Breath of the Wild is one of my absolute favorite games. I love it so much. And I have been waiting ever so patiently for this one. Gonna be lurking for a little bit? No problem, buds, of course. And obviously I don't blame you for not wanting spoilies. Like, is there more than one cave down here? Oh, see, I'm trying not to use all my frickin' arrows. Alright, is there above? Like, you figured out a tip for this cave? I just wish I knew, like, what I'm fucking looking for. Oh, that wasn't even mine. This is mine. G, what are you doing, boo? Throwing the rocky weapon? This is like... I'm not entirely sure, like, where else I'm supposed to be looking. And it's also not a side quest, which I find interesting. So it's not... So it's not a side quest. Alright, there has to be part of this cave that I haven't seen yet. Is that what's going on? No, I came from here. And this goes in here. Which goes to the treasure chest. Okay, so then we go over here. And then this goes out this way. Like... Trey, thank you so much for the follow. Can you believe I can't? Like, I've been trying to go back up to the Sky Islands, and it's like, I don't even know where to start. I don't want to, like, leave this. Like, oh, there's just so much. Alright, so I feel like I'm missing something. Because there's no other... There's nothing else in here. There's nothing. There's no other mushrooms. There's just... I am. Oh, hold on. Wait. Is this... Wait. Is it this simple? Is it this simple? I said that, didn't I? Said that not even like an hour ago. I said that. I was like, I guarantee that the one ability that I'm gonna continue to forget about is gonna be Ascend. There's always an ability in these games that I forget about. There's always an ability that I forget about, and I knew it was gonna be Ascend. I called it. Hi Sean, welcome in. How are you? Stream's going well. We are enjoying Tears of the Kingdom. Wait, is this? Oh, is this? Are these blocking them? Oh, these are blocking them. Okay, hold on. I have to drop something real quick. So we'll drop that. Because then this is blocking the... Oh, these are literally blocking the entrance. I see. Look. Look. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. Your fiance gave birth? Congratulations, Sean. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Ah.
Oh my god, this stupid fly keeps flying. We can go home with the baby. Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeet me. Yeet me into the sky. This is the funniest part about the towers, in my opinion. This is the funniest part about the towers. Is just like being yeeted in the sky. She's perfect, just like her mommy. For getting inside the thing. Yeah. I knew it. I said it. I literally called it, chat. I literally called it. I said it not even like an hour ago. And I was like, I bet you that I'm going to forget about Ascend. I always forget about one of my abilities. And sure enough, I forgot. Jack, buddy, come on. Alright, where would I like to go? Wait, is the Dargon, like, going in the butthole? I'm not gonna make it to that, sky shard over there. North Nakluda Sky Archipelago. What are those? Sky Archipelagos. Is that what these are? Holy shit! A star fragment is falling as I'm falling! Never thought you'd need Ascend. Yeah. Look, she does. She goes in the butthole. That's crazy.
Ew.
Oh my god! He yelled at me because I landed in the thing. Oh, it's too funny.
Ah.
That's so funny. Okay. So. She forgets constantly. And I don't know what it is. Like I said, so in the first game, I forgot about Cryonis. Like, I just would forget about it. And then in this game, I was like, I guarantee you Ascend is going to be the one I'm going to forget. And sure enough, thank you for the lurk, Rachel. I appreciate I was about to say thank you for the Rachel lurk. A group of disconnect. Oh, so it would have been... Oh, right here? So how do I get back up? Interesting. One of those is like glowy. Wait, go back. Wait, I want to look at it. Wait, no. I want to look at that one. I can't look. The tower? Okay. And then I land on it, I guess. Really super, super quick. I'm going to just grab a snack. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with snacks. I'm back with snacks. We got some snacks. Thanks, Trey. Thanks for waiting for me. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so... Is it there? I think it's over here. Can I make it, though? Okay, maybe possibly can make this. Maybe possibly. Maybe possibly not. Okay. Made it on one. So what's that, like, blue floating island over there? Right there. This makes me a little Where's the potato? Guys, the whole ass potato's missing. Where potato? Where's the shrine? Where am I gonna go? Is it just a fast travel? Seek the crystal connected to the beam. What? Oh. Oh! What's this do? You launch me? What does this do? Oh, I can spin it. What? I don't get what this does yet. I don't understand yet. Alright, let's see. Got snackies, guys. I got snackies. Okay. It's a treasure chest. Wait, does this spin this whole thing? No, it doesn't. No way. Wait. Okay. Okay, so that goes there. It helps when your back's not turned to the thing you're supposed to be looking at. Just saying. No. Now. So how do I spin it? Okay, hold on. Maybe this? Is this this? I don't think I can make it from here. Jack, buddy. Knock it off, honey. Oh, I might just make it. There we go. Here's the crystal. Quittle. I found Quittle. Oh, I have to carry it back? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, so. Apparently I do. No? Oh my god. Could you imagine if that fell? What the fuck is that? Is that a waterfall? Can I make that though? Okay, now. I think we have to flip this. I think that's what I have to do. Hold on. This still isn't right? Hmm. Hold on. I want to get this thing. This treasure. But I don't know how. There we go. I don't even have to. I don't even have to let it finish. I already know. Oh wait, can I lift it? Hold on. No, I can lift it up, right? Jack. Oh, I can't lift it up. Hmm. I thought for sure that would be it. The other way? Thought for sure. It would just be like a little drawbridge thing. Okay. Okay. Jack. Okay, so the hell is that? Okay, so can I tilt it while I'm still on it? Is the question. No. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Use it like the old. Wait, why can't I turn? Am I too far? Here we go. No, get back on. Fuck! No, that's not what I wanted to do. That sucks. I'm so fucking pissed right now. Wait, I can fast travel back there, right? Okay, okay. Alright, so what I'm thinking is stand on the edge and rotate it up, but then how will I get back from the other side? Like, I was gonna approach it like the shrines, not the shrines, the divine beasts in the first game, where like you set the action in motion and then you like wait for it to catch up to you. Let me think. All right, so. so this is here. So, okay, so those don't move them. Okay, so I want this to go that way. Yes. Okay. Wait, let me go. Oh, I fucked it up. Come on. There's no way. There's no fucking way. You really cannot adjust the angle while you're on it. Why did I do that? Why? Oh my fucking god. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, you can't. That's annoying. Yeah, you can't adjust the angle at all while you're on it. Alright. So... you can't make a drawbridge going over. That connects there, right? It does. Yeah, see, this is just too low. It's literally just simply too low. Oh, wait. No. Because it's technically touching the one below. So I could go from top to down there onto here, but then how do I get over? Oh my god, why am I so stupid, chat? Just do it in 2 pieces. Just do it in 2 parts. Go from there to that island and then swing it back around. Why am I being dumb? Because I can get there, right? Didn't we discover that I can already get over there? No, I can get from there to over there. Alright, alright, alright. So, how do I get over there? Okay. Right there, I think. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So how do I get over there? Oh. This spins. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Are you about to blood moon me right now? Okay. Okay. Which is smart if it would work, yeah. It just seemed like... It seemed like if you had flipped it over and made the drawbridge, it would have worked. Like, it seemed like that should have worked. Didn't even grab any of the stuff here, just like hyper-focused and left. I haven't gotten any more golden apples. Has anyone in chat gotten some golden apples? I think I have 2. Maybe even just 1. Stop. How come you climb when I don't want you to climb? And then you don't climb when I want you to climb. I haven't done anything with them either. I'm nervous too. I think I have either 1 or 2. I don't remember exactly. Oh, I probably could just leave it here. And that way when I spin around, when I spin the whole thing around, it will just go right over. I didn't know they existed till now. Yeah, they're new to this game. I don't know what they do, though. I don't know what they do. I'm nervous to use them. Okay. And then I should take it over. Ooh, I might not make it. Okay, I made it. Alright, so then... Don't blood moon me right now. Wait, where'd the stone go? Did it fall off? Oh, I do have to carry it. Oh, that's really annoying. Let this blood moon go. That's annoying.
When the glow of the
Okay. That's really annoying. Okay, I'm stupid now. Okay. Okay. What's this blue glowing one? It's like all like luminous one. Driver with the raid! Hey, friendo! Some Diablo 4? How's that Diablo life treating you? Was told to ask about Sonic? I didn't get Sonic today. Not yet. We'll get Sonic later. What's up, driver? How is your stream? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome in, raiders. We are playing some Zelda. As, you know, so is literally everybody else in the entire world. We are playing some Zelda. But it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm on a sky island right now. And this puzzle kicked my butt for a little while. Alright, let's see. Will you stay there, though, is the question. You're grinding for a cosmetic? MMOs do be like that. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace that you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just like see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee! So cute! Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl, I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun! Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Driver, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your Diablo other than the grind? Did you enjoy your Diablo today? Gotta love this video. Thanks. It's gonna be updated just a little tiny bit. It doesn't like need a big update. But there's been some new fun stuff that I feel like needs some representation, you know? Oh, no, this way. No, go back where we were. Alright, let's go get this stupid rock. You ready for June? Are gonna be done with school? Are you ready to be done with school? I bet. Astro finished his last like late night at the library studying or whatever he does. Hate to raid and leave? No, absolutely. Go enjoy your din-din. Thank you so much, driver. I appreciate you. Enjoy your ribs pasta salad. Oh my god. No, this semester, you're officially a senior mechanical engineer? No, driver. We are all armor engineers, IRL. You know. Against the light, finish this evil. Love you, bye! Potato. Oh, it turns into giant potato. It turned into giant potato. Okay, that took embarrassingly too long to figure out. Let's be real, chat. That took entirely too long to figure out. I am embarrassed. And I apologize again for those who weren't here last night. My allergies have been bothering me, excuse me, the past few days. So I have been like coughing and clearing my throat and all that because I just have sinus crap. So if I go into a coughing fit, I usually try to mute my mic, but sometimes I might, it might sneak out and I might not be able to mute in time. So I apologize for being gross. Raru's blessing. Okay. Oh, we can go trade our stuff in. We have 2 upgrades. We have 9 orbs. We have 2 upgrades, so I think you should get probably 1 heart and 1 stamina. I usually do 2 hearts and 1 stamina, but I feel like my hearts are really lacking. Like, there's been a lot of enemies who are able to, like, 1 and 2 hit me. Treasure do be distracting, Laz. You right, you right. Laz, are you further than me? You probably are. If you've already figured some stuff out. But also, like, I had this conversation last night with Yaga and Astro and Broseph. Like, streaming these kinds of games is a little tough because you don't want to be boring. So you don't want to waste a lot of time doing minutia. So you don't want to waste a lot of time grinding for materials or cooking or whatever it may be. But at the same time, you're kind of like, but if I need to do it, I need to do it. Hi, Zaz! Welcome in, my friend. How are you? I hope you had a nice week. Nice weekend. How was your Saturday so far? Right, what do I have? Oh, I have 3 golden apples. Alright, so let's do 4 of these things, just because I like eating peppers. Are there other things, though? Like, are there more Orbeez, like, as you go further in the game? Because so far, I've only gotten... Oh, look, okay, here's a spring. So you do. So you have to discover them first? Oh, a cannon? What's this? A time bomb? Okay, so there are... Okay, so I answered my own question. So yes, chat, there are more options for the further you get in the game. It's a random stuff, but for sure streaming makes a good things in these games. Yeah. It's not even necessarily avoided. It's just like, there's so much to explore in this game, and there's so much to do, and there's so many places to go, that I'm like, I want to take it all in, and I want to enjoy it, obviously. And I want you guys to enjoy it, like, first and foremost. But at the same time, I'm also, like, you don't want to do nothing for hours and hours and hours. Alright, so where does this launch go? Over here? Let's see. Let's see if it'll put me on that island over there. It does. Okay. So this goes down. This goes down to here, right? Oh, do I spin what's below? Interesting. Radish. Either that or it's based on which orb machine. I'm wondering if you have to, like, discover stuff first. Well, no, because I didn't discover the cannon. Like, I had just discovered the spring in that last, shrine I was in, but not cannons. So maybe it's not a discovery. Alright, so I have to go below, but I have to turn it somehow. And then I want to go to that, like, that luminous stone island right there. Okay. So there's a treasure chest right there. How? do I do that? Alright, so if I go down, I'm not gonna be able to get back up. So let me make sure I've gotten everything here first. Like, what's over here, and how do I get up there? Man, I need, like, Rivali's Gale or something. Oh, no. There's a golden apple right there! Are the golden apples in the gold trees? Like, is it just in sky trees? Alright, so I think we go down. It's like there's buildable stuff here. Oh, you build a new connect here. I understand. Okay. Why do you keep getting stuck on nothing? Alright, here. Here. Do you connect? Do you touch? Not quite. Now you do. Okay, perfect. So now... Nice! Nice! An old map. Okay. So there's treasure maps now? Are they? Oh, they're on the. They're in the depths. They're down in the buttholes. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Because the buttholes are just simply too strong. Alright, so can you get back up? Wait, so see this? Is this not an ascend spot? Is that not what this is? It is! I'm confusion. I'm confusion. Why couldn't I ascend to that one below? Like the other one I was trying to go to then. Annoying. Alright, this radish. Alright, are we done with the archipelago? Are we done? I love that they proposed using fuse to make a bunch of unique weapons, but currently I'm using it to make everything a hammer. Cause boy howdy, there's a lot of rocks. Oh boy! Hi Vicky, welcome in. I know. I'm like, I 100% am not using it the way that it is intended to be used. 100%-y. One hundred %. I don't think this is right. Ah, I wasn't ready. Yeah, see, that wasn't where I wanted to go. I think I've done everything over here. Oh my god, there's probably so many goddamn Koroks up here and shit, isn't there? Wait, do you think the Koroks are in the sky? Are the Koroks in the sky? Have I found any Koroks in the sky? Does anyone remember? Because I do not remember. Have I been over there? Yeah, because isn't that... Yeah. It is. Okay. Mostly for the enemies. I had to come back up for lack of resources. There are some. Okay. I just don't think I've found any yet. Alright, I want to go there. Don't you block my treasure with clouds. there's so much stuff here. Ooh, treasure. Like actual treasure. Luminous sky. I will never not call them luminous sky because of my wonderful friend Crystal, aka luminous sky. Sage's will. Holding it in your hand, you can feel the remnants of a strong bond. What is that? Am I gonna oh, am I gonna hook up with Saria, my one true love? No, it's not. So it's not. No, it's absolutely Zelda. I was JK. Saria's not my true love. It's Zorblo. Alright, is there any more? Nope. We got them all, folks. Alright. I want to go there. Ooh, I want to go there. That looks crazy. Ooh, what's that? Is that Zora's domain? It is. What's that? Sorry. No, you're good, Trey. You're good. You're good. Guys, never apologize for lurking and hanging out. Don't be silly. What are my markers for? Gotta delete markers because I don't know what they're for. And it stresses me out. Well, that one can definitely go because, like, I did that one. Alright, so I want to mark Zora's domain. Obviously. Alright, so where's the oh, the tower is right there. So let's go for the blue. That's a little far. No, I guess we're going. Wait, where's this? Interesting. Alright, we will just go to the butthole. Wait, wasn't there a fairy fountain over here? Discovery. East Hill butthole. So they're all connected. Like, below. They're all connected below. Build me a Ford F-150. Vicky. Lol. Guys, playing on Switch all week is gonna be absolutely terrible for my posture. But look, they have a whole, like, thing of goop over here. Sorry, that was like a lynch or something. What is all this? What is all this? Is it the door? Are these like Zonai ruins? Research over rain. You bet, buddy. 3 overworlds per se? Yeah. Interesting. So you need to be a fucking airbender. Let's see. What else do my elf eyes see? Whalmer. How many shrines? Are there still 120? That one's done, because it doesn't have the little swirlies. So the swirl... Okay, so before it was orange or blue. Now it's swirls or no swirls to tell you if it's been completed or not. Alright, let's see where we want to go. Let's see. I would like to get the climbing gear, which is over here. So let's go here. And let's yeet from the tower and see if we can go near where the whatchamacallit is. The climbing gear is. Also, I put pizza in the oven and forgot about it. Not forgot about it, but I never got it out, so it's probably actually cold again. Okay. Okay, so go towards blue. So much I haven't done anything. That's just Zelda games. That's just Zelda games. Alright, let's head towards this other tower. I know we probably won't make it, but we're gonna at least start in that direction. What are these, like, crop circles? Ooh, here's a shrine right here. I need more stamina. I need to go turn in my stuff for some stamina. I am simply too weak. So I bet you if I climb here, I can rest right here. Okay. And then I think I can make the rest of that climb. Probably actually do this. Yeah. Okay. Ishodag. Oh, there's another one over there too. I'm gonna go right there after this and go get that. Okay. I like that you can see inside the shrines before you go in them. That's kind of cool. We're getting there. We're almost to where the marker for the excuse me, climbing gear is. A windy device. Oh, this one's gonna be pretty easy. This is gonna be trying to make gusts of wind while you're gonna paraglide on them. Go. Turn it on. And then you go like this. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this... Oh wait, we're gonna put the fan on first. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button each time? And then we go. Easy enough. Okay. Oh, is this gonna be like this? It's not enough. It's not enough. Okay, hold on. Is 3 enough? Okay. So 3 is not enough. Wait, does it have to be on the outside? Wait, is there enough? Is there? There's definitely only 3. Oh, this time it's working. Okay. I'm not mad about it. Wait, I haven't been looking behind. Should I be? Like, is there... See, there's not treasure chests in these like there was in the other one. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying so hard not to compare the two, because I know they're 2 different games. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna head over. Quagmire that will draw you in, sink in too deep, and you'll be unable to escape. Bottomless bog sounds suspicious anyway. Alright, so we are going to head over there. To the... Oh. There's a lot of stars! There's like... I've seen more shooting stars, I think, in the... What the fuck? Excuse Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Ah, these guys. Nobody said that the fucking trees were gonna come to life. Chat. I'm trying to get this to... Oh, golden apple. I'm trying to get this to break. So I can pick this up, but... Ooh. Oh, I thought that was a cave, but it's just the way this rock was right there. Alright, did you ask? No, but... I still wasn't expecting it! I need to find Hestu. So I can get some upgrades. Karak Bridge well. Can I go in the well? Oh, I can. Hello? Oh, now it breaks. Nice. This is like a whole little... Not too hot, not too cold. Pussy for a while. No, dear. Times have changed. People formed. Here's new caves. Okay. Okay. So... I stumbled upon an underground cooking cult. No, it's not a cult. JK. How do you get out? How did she get out? How did she get out of here? I mean, I can ascend, but like... How did this random lady get out? Social plans got canceled. Guess I'll have to stay home and paint Warhammer. Aww. Sorry your plans got canceled. But am I really sorry? Oh shit, a Hinox. Okay. Can I get all his loot? Ooh, a toasty shrimp. She channeled her inner link and climbed. Maybe. What's in his head? Do you think if I, like, did a slam on that, it would kill him in one hit? Excuse me, chat, sorry. I'm an avid believer in fuck around and find out. Normally. But I am very weak. I am so very weak. I need more hearts. Oh look, here's the thing. Cave! Cave! Oh man. There's a man in my cave. You gave me 1 single rupee. I'm rich, guys. I'm rich. Hello. Well, yes, they are. I am looking for bubble frogs. The bubble frogs drop. They asked me to do the collecting. Nah. Nah, I'm here for some climbing gear. But these are likes. I hate the new likes. Honestly, they're pretty gross. If we're being honest here. Alright, let's put this away and let's use one of these. What do these do? Wow, okay. Hmm. No! I'm gonna die. Move, you better move. Stop ragdolling, move! I need to cook. I need to cook some food. Man. Arrows. I have to kill that one, not this one, because this is where I have to use the ascend. Alright, what else can I throw? Ooh, it's confused him. Yes, hit your friend. Hit your friend. Hit your friend. Yes, kiss your friend. You too. Kiss. Can I just ascend? I fucking can. Hold on. Screw you guys. I'm out of here. I ain't waiting around. Oh, wait, I do need to. Hold on, I need to. Yeah, I need this. No, wait. Yes. What the fuck? Oh, you guys? There we go. Come on, fall down. Give me this. Okay, easy peasy. Let's go. A tireless frog. Give me that stamina. Are those bad guys or are those like new collectible thingies? I think they're new collectible thingies. Let's see. Oh, okay. Alright, and then I have to go up here and kill the bubbly bubble dude. Ooh! There's always treasure behind waterfalls, chat. Is this the climbing gear? No fucking way! Right off the bat. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, look at how handsome. Oh, there we go, that was close. Okay, so then here's the bubble frog. Can I hit him the once and have it fall? Yep. And then hit him. He died. Amazing. Amazing. You're fish? What are you doing? Is that it? Can I just leave the whole place now? Oh, another fish. Well, those are not, those don't, you don't collect those? Huh. Interesting! Oh look, here's like a little hole. Wait, that literally leads right there? That's so funny. That's so funny that that literally leads like right there. Alright, well here's the stable. Do you have a quest? No. Let's go to the stable. Not much of a wagon. Oh. I will help you, little miss. Don't you? Here, let's get this quest.
Yeah.
Customer! Hi there. Welcome to Serene Stable. So what are you up to? Uh-huh. But you need some wheels. Catch a wild horse. Okay.
Eh. Oh.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay. I will help you build your wagon. Don't you worry, little lady. Link's here to be your hero. Hi, angsty boy. What's wrong with these horses? Alright, what's the recipe? Tomatoes and glow shrooms. Ooh, let's make one. Let's make one. Alright, so tomatoes and glow bright caps. Tomatoes. Bright tomato mushroom stew. Aww. So wait. So can you do that with like any? Hold. Those. Oh, you can. Okay. So we're gonna do 2, 3 to get some stamina food. Okay. Do I have anything with temp parts yet? I do. I have, yeah, because I've got radish and yeah. See, I've got radish. And didn't I have a truffle? I do. I have 1 truffle. Okay. Okay, so we're going to... truffle and meat. And then we're going to radish and shroom and herbs. There's herbs. Okay. That should be 10 part. 5 temp parts? That's what's up. Alright. Oh. Its petals can restore health depleted by gloom. Stam bulbs is obviously stamina. Okay. Okay. What else do we have as options here? I kind of want to make one of these just because I'm curious. Sunny fried wild greens, yeah. Alright, what is this? Alright, hold one of these, and then I need a monster part. Sticky elixir! Okay! Okay. What does this do? Glow. What does pine cones do? Throw it into a fire to increase the intensity of the flame? What does this do? Glow. What does this do? Swim speed. Okay. Swim speed up for 10 minutes. That's pretty dope. Break it to unleash dazzling sparkles will blind any. Okay, what's this do? Increased attack during thunderstorms. Proceeds to absolutely fill. Exactly, right? Right? Alright. I'm gonna do something I really shouldn't, and I'm gonna use all my Endurance rooms in one recipe. And hopefully just get more. Okay. Alright, what else do we have? Here. What do these do? Ooh, see, this will be good. The stealth stuff, I'm gonna do. The stealth stuff will be good to catch horses with. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's okay. That's okay for now. Let's go get this shrine. Let's go get this shrine. You know what, though? I will say, does this kind of do the same thing? Not really. I liked... Oh, kind of. I liked being able to use stasis as you were like walking around because you could use it to see things that were lootable. So you could see materials from kind of like a distance. And Ultra Hand kind of does the same thing, but not quite the same thing. That is nice. I know, it was super convenient. Okay, what's this one? An uplifting device. Oh, I see. I understand. So when there's fire below it, it flies. Okay. So. Okay. I understand the concept. Now the question is, will it actually work? Let's see. Come on. There we go. Okay, so that can go there. And then I guess I can put these candles on here. And then I think you would actually physically attach the balloon to the candle. Okay. It's not gonna do what I need it to do because it's not... Alright, relax. Relax with all this. Give me my stuff back from here. Okay. Relax. For just a second, okay? Okay. Alright, stay. Go. Oh my god, it's gonna lift up without me. Okay. Oh, it's crooked, but it'll work. It's crooked, but it works. Okay. Now, do I have to grab my concoction here? I can't. It's broken. He's gone forever. Okay. Oh, is this supposed to let me be able to grab my thing back? Yep, it's so I can grab my concoction back. Okay. What is this supposed to do? Alright, hold on. Let me... I have to unlock this door. But I don't... understand, like, what... Alright, let me think for a second here. Unlock this door. How? Oh, do I push? Do I push this against here and, like, push this button? Yes, okay. I didn't realize that was a button. I thought it was, like, telling me to ascend here. Oh, jeez. Okay. So... Alright, so I have to fly the ball right there up to here. Okay. What does this do? Oh. So it should, in theory, right? Like, in theory, if I do like this. Oh, is it because it's not straight? Hold on, is it because it's not centered? Okay. Okay. So this... Okay. I think I get it. I think I get it. So this, and then take this off. Okay. Take that off, go there. I can't see. Probably back more? From here. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Alright, so can I go from here? Okay, so can I attach this? Okay, and then can I attach this? No, I wanna, no. Alright, hold on. Is there like a... I don't know, like, I don't know the word I need to say. Like, is there like a ball holder that I can use? Like, can I put it in here? To, like, hold it straight for, like, a second? Okay. So then this. On the top. Why are you crooked? Why? No. Just go nice and like nice and centered here. Nope. You quite literally refuse. I feel like this isn't even right, and I'm focusing so much time. Okay, nice and centered. Okay. Nice. Okay. Go, fly! Yes. Fly to me. Alright, what do I do with this? This goes here? Yes. That opens this. Treasure! Okay. Alright, you can just go over here. This can come off because I think it's funny. Stop. There we go. Okay, what's in this treasure? My shield died! An opal. Wow. Death of a shield. Yeah, it's okay, it happens. Alright, so this one won't be as hard, because this should just be the same concept, right? Then we'll put this guy on top, like this. No, nope, I guess the fuck not. Alright, so let's... Nice and centered, right? Nice and centered, okay. You. Nice and centered. And it falls right over. Alright, what if we do this instead? No, can you snap in right where I want you? There we go. Okay. Nice little corner here. My nose is itching. So I thought I really thought I was gonna struggle with the build mechanics, honestly. Like I was like, I'm not gonna be as creative, like I'm not gonna be able to figure stuff out. And so far I've been surprisingly like okay. No! I literally don't want you there. Stop. There we go. I haven't sucked too much. Give it time though, Trem. Give it time. How are you, Trem? Welcome in. Alright. Now. This is entirely excessive and I know, but I don't care. I love excessive. Well, buckle up, because this is a bit much, but it's gonna work. It's gonna work just fine. No, right here. Right here. No, right here. Amazing. Here we go. to the sky. No! Well, I shouldn't have taken it off. Alright, I'm just gonna stick this to there for now. It's okay, it's okay. We'll do it again. Where's the pieces? Oh, they're still stuck to each other. Okay. Alright, what I need to do is I need to remember to turn these things off before I start doing evil plans. Alright, so go in the middle. There we go. Nice. Okay. Turn off. For now. Perfect. Okay. And then we have to unstick this. And then we're just going to... Can we just, like, drop it? Oh my gosh, look at it. It's perfect. Look, it's like a little storage thing. It's like a little storage... Ah! There's no fucking way right now. Oh my gosh. It's okay. I just have to get up there and turn it off. Okay. Hold on. This is actually fine. This is actually fine. This is actually fine. I think we can fix this. I think we can fix this. Hold on. Okay. So if I go right here, I should just be able to grab it. Okay. Grab that. Come over here. Oh my gosh. I'll have to actually hit it. I'll have to hit it with something to turn it off. Okay. Okay. What kind of super mole ability is that? It's amazing. That's what it is. It's amazing. That's what it is. My creation just harmed me. Okay. Now, how do I get this back? I guess I'll have to do this. Okay. There we go. There we go. Did it. First try, chat. First try. It was fine. It was perfectly fine. It wasn't even that hard. It wasn't even that serious, chat. Okay. Might be second cup of coffee time. We've been live for 3 hours already. Might be time for another cup of coffee, guys. My brain needs the caffeine. All right, I think we're at 11. Let's do one more shrine, so we have 12, and that way we can get. Let's get 2 hearts and one stamina upgrade. Let's do that. All right. Where is another shrine? I want a horsey. I need a horse. Like, traversing this without a horse is gonna be kind of ridiculous. Wait, how are you gonna stick a horse to, like, your carriages and stuff? That'll be interesting to kind of see. Where's the tower here? There? Alright, let's see if I can get one of these horses. Where'd they go? Over there. That's the wrong button. 4 minutes? Alright, let's do this one. Let's see. Let's see if I can remember how to catch a horse. Need to get behind them. I kind of want the one in the middle, but I'm not really gonna like try to have a preference right now. Want that one right there. No! Damn. Oh, stop. Stop moving! I'm so close, I'm so close. No, okay, soothe. Soothe. There we go, soothing. Okay. Oh, so it doesn't, what you call it, like the last one did. There we go, okay. Good job. Look at your little hair is all funky. There we go, you fixed it. Here you go, here's a horse. Nope. Yep. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's soothe it a bit first. Okay. No. Some fight. I think there's some that just don't care. Oh, so this one just didn't care? Okay, nice. Alright. Alright, slow down. Slow down. Here you go, here's a horse. I have to get another horse for myself after.
Ah.
All yours.
Ooh.
All yours. Okay. So we got a horse for this quest. And then we'll go get a horse for ourselves. Where's the supplies? Is this the building supplies over here? Wait, is this Impa? Oh, look at her! Impa! Alright, after we talk to Impa, we're gonna take a little break so I can use the bathroom and make another cup of coffee. Heard you had gone missing. It's certainly really to see you back, and in one piece. Where is she?
Oh.
She still has yet to return? Okay. Huge pictures appeared out of nowhere. Okay.
Oh.
Geoglyphs. Makes sense. Notice this geoglyph in distance. Okay. I could not make out what it depicted. I thought it might have been our view from the sky. I took in the air a balloon, but then when it struck completely. Oh. Oh, Impa, let me do that for you. Let me fix it for you, Impa. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's not gonna work. Because it's not actually stuck. Oh, now it is. There you go. I fixed it. Yes, let's go look at it. Oh, I need to make fire, don't I? Yes. Fire. Torch. Fire. 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 Yes, good, good. What is it? No, nothing. Nothing.
Oh.
Oh, look at it. Too high up. I feel faint. She just, like, falls out of the fucking balloon. Well done. Dragon's tears. Where the tears rest upon the earth, we marked down the images to which they gave birth. I believe this geoglyph is one such image. But this meaning is no clearer to me. That's Rauru. That's Rauru. Okay.
Yeah.
With a clue you need to discover Princess Zelda's whereabouts. You can float down with a paraglider. No need to worry about it. Okay. Yeah, this is Rauru. Like, you can clearly tell. This is supposed to be Rauru. Can I literally land on a fucking horse right now? Bro, imagine. Yo, I did it. I'm the best. I'm the best at this game! Okay, so now we have a horse. Did you guys see that? I landed on a horse from a paraglider. Come on. Come on. Oh, you're a good horsey. You can do you. Okay. Come on. So the trick to soothing, for those who don't know, is anytime that the horse, like the horse is gonna have a hard time. Oh, there's the tears right there. The horse is gonna have a hard time obeying your commands. And anytime it does obey your command, you soothe it. So like if you tell it to turn right and it turns right, you soothe it. There we go. Okay, you're good. You're good. There we go. There we go. Alright, can I register this guy now? Let's see. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Your hair is all messed up. Alright. Okay. Add 1 point to your pony points. 2. Okay, cool. What does that mean? Now then, once again, Link, one culture stable. Okay.
Oh.
No. I would like to register my horse, but I have no money. Yes, okay. Charge 20 rupees, but we've got special. Okay. First horse to free. Nice. Oh look, I have a reward. What does that mean?
Ah.
Get your reward, step up to the counter and the ledger. Okay. Okay. Alright, what are we naming this horse? Should we name our horse Horse? Horse.
Oh.
Okay, we have Horse.
Ah. Hmm.
I know how to whistle. I know how to whistle.
Ah.
Alright, Horse.
Oh. Yeah.
Good job, Horse.
Oh, oh.
Alright, let's go up to the tiers.
Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh.
Good job, Horse.
Oh. Oh, oh.
And then right here. It's right here, right?
Oh.
Yep, there it is. Okay, stop. Examine. Catch it with your magic hand, Link. Ooh. Ooh. A lure? What the heck is this? Was it a memory? A memory? What? It's not my memory, though. It's Zelda's memory.
What? Oh, dear.
What? It's Raru and who?
Where am I?
We didn't mean to startle you. I'm sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
Sonia.
And could we ask what your name is?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule?
What?
And you're the king?
My name is Raru, King Raru of Hyrule.
King Raru? And Queen Sonia?
Did she go back in time?
But that must mean...
Did Zelda get sent back in time? So are all of these hieroglyphs gonna have a memory? Tear of the Dragon #1. Okay, how many memories do we have?
Oh?
Fascinating, right, Zaz?
Oh.
Now, vision of the lost princess. What if these are all connected? Okay. Let us continue to examine the geoglyphs. Okay. In the Forgotten Temple. Yeah, I remember where that is from before. Wow. Okay. So, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Alright, where's the tower here? Up there. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna head over here. We're not gonna do anything because I have got to go to the bathroom. And then I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. I forgot to, like, soothe my horse. I think they changed it. I think it's actually the opposite now. I found him! Oh, I found him. I found him! Alright, I have to pause. No, we have to pause. I have to pee so bad. I have to pee. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Here, we can... No, I can't leave it unpaused. I can't leave it unpaused because I don't want anything to, like, run up to me or whatever. But, yes, it is time to exclamation point, go. Go piss girl. I will be right back. It shouldn't be more than, like, 5 minutes. I'm gonna put my cup of coffee on to brew before I go downstairs to go to the bathroom. So, give me, like, 5-ish minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys see me talking? I was talking to my dog, and I noticed that the subtitles were coming up, and I was like, that's hilarious. But they were so entirely broken, so I was like talking to see like what my subtitles would say. That's funny. Alright, Hestu's concerns. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, where's my... Okay. Yeah, see, it's gonna be the trees that come to life, aren't they? Yeah. Alright, we want to fight with an axe. There we go. Easy. Where be Cuckoo Pen? Where? In Kakariko? I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't look. Oh, I didn't put enough sugar in my coffee. Yuck. The scary things are gone! You're welcome, Hestu. Sweet, sweet, precious Hestu. Maracas! Thanks for your help. Shakalaka-laka! Make my... Korok seeds. How many do I have? I don't have a lot of Korok seeds. Oh no. Children of the forest took the seeds. I have some poopies! I have poopies for you! I have poopies for you! Oh, that was short! But I loved it. I loved it! Alright, do it again. Do it again! Do it again! Give me more! Give me more! 5 places. Okay. Wait a sec, you have more? I do! Give me more. Ready? Ready, guys? That's gonna be my new, like, follow alert. No, it's not. I want it to be, though. Look at the time. Wait, he's not gonna give me more? No! He abandoned me, just like my dad. Oh, I have no more arrows. Well, can I throw? Nope. Nope. Come on, horse. Good job, horse. Good job, Hars. You don't go in cave? You son of a... Haya grew out of her shyness. Oh, she's not shy anymore if you go naked? That's sad. Hey! What are we barking at? Did he bark at you, Gigi? Did he not like you being near him? See. A scrope in chat. A scrope in chat. If that's something that interests you. Huh. Oh, look at the frogs. No, frogs. Got him. I'll probably drown. Can I get up here? I can get up here, right? Yeah, okay. Get our stamina back. Where does this go? Over here? Okay. Gonna cook up some frog legs? We definitely are gonna cook up some frog legs because it gives you extra stammy stam. And we stan the stam. Yeah, stamina's rough. Especially because I've played Breath of the Wild so much. That, like, I get a little overconfident sometimes because I'm like, I've already played Breath of the Wild, like, but this game is definitely a little bit more, punishing than Breath of the Wild was. So I keep, like, putting myself in just bad situations. No, why? No, 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 come on. How do I kill the hands? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. How? I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do. I don't like those. I don't like those. Oh, you shit. Why did you put me back in here? I'm like a tube of toothpaste to them. I literally am. Alright, so... Is this like a... Is this a set spawn? Is this gonna keep happening to me? Alright, so... I need to get up there. Alright, so are they not scripted hands? Taki Ihaban Shrine. Right. No, I would die. I would literally die. If I walk into one of these and it's just full of those hands, you'd see me turn right around and leave. You'd see me go to the home menu and force close the game. Guys, so these new things came out. It's by Gatorade. It's called Fast Twitch. And it's Gatorade with some caffeine. And I'm like, cool. Perfect. Hydration, caffeine, whatever. So I've been drinking like 2 of these little tiny bottles a day, right? Tell me how this little bottle has 2.5 times the amount of caffeine as a Red Bull, and I've been drinking 2 of them. I have a problem. Easiest shrine ever? Yeah, the ones that are like blessings. It's just like getting to them is the test, you know? Luminous sky. I'm kind of... Well... We know that they are scripted. Oh, I have an idea. Do I have any arrows yet? I was gonna try to shoot it with, like, the light. The light seed things, you know? You have to stay down there, right? You can't climb up walls suddenly. Alright, what if I just throw one of these light things? Like, what if I just throw one?
Yeah.
Nothing? It doesn't hurt you? Well, that was my idea. Was like, oh, I'll just throw light at it and it'll... Oh wait, what about the thing that says it blinds? Right? This one? Oh, it literally just, it didn't hurt them, it just blinds them. Okay, well... Unfortunate. Is there a reason? There we go. Just the one? Okay. That did nothing to them. Barely a dent. Seriously. Ooh, I threw my weapon. Alright, let's try... Does fire hurt them? A little bit. A little bit. Not enough. It's not enough. Yeah, that's not worth. Not worth. Oh, it puts the thing. I would quite literally murder for some arrows right now. Quite literally. Okay. So, the problem is, I'm supposed to get wheels for this girl over here. There's no wheels anywhere. Hey, Swaggish! Stream so far is going well. I'm having a blast, as is expected. How's your Saturday? Got a little bit of a late start. I intended on playing, like, pretty much all day today. But I stayed up almost all night. So I was like, yeah, this isn't a good idea. Sick? Oh no. What kind of sick? Allergies, tummy ache. Nice. Give me all of the guts. Oh, all eyeball? Oh, here's some wings. Well, now we know to not go down this hole. Wait, where's my horse? Oh, it's up there. Do you see it? Right there. How much Sea of Thieves did you play? Oh, I only played like an hour of like 2 hours of Sea of Thieves. And then I played a little bit of Valheim, and then I went in my bed with my Switch and played this all night. Pinecone? Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. 111. 111. Any Zelda game, I know. Especially one like this. But a little more, come on man, kind of put close. Really? That's a little boring. I mean, I'm glad that she like grew out of it or whatever, but boring. Where does this go? It doesn't go all the way to a sky island, though. Alright, no more, like, weird quests or anything to open this, right? Like, I should just be able to open it. There we go. It's very out of context. Angel number, baby! Are you talking about the put clothes on one? So one of the characters from the first game appears in this game as well. And she was like really, really weird and awkward in the first one. And she has grown out of it a little bit in this one, so that's what we were referencing. Oh, there's a shrine right there. Oh, look at Hebra! Oh, we can't look at Hebra. Oh, okay, so there's a thing right there. I go to that? Can I go to that Sky Island there? Oh, cool. Hold on, I'll read that in just a second. Alright, do I want to go? I'm not sure if I can. Can I make it over here? She's gotten used to the himbo stand. I know, right? I thought this was Breath of the Wild for a second. What's this game about? This is the sequel to Breath of the Wild. I am not gonna lie. I don't have a ton of context yet. I don't have a ton of story and information yet. But essentially, Link and Zelda were investigating some darkness in Hyrule Castle, and they accidentally awoke some, I don't know, being or something, and Zelda's now missing. So we obviously have to find Zelda, rescue Zelda. How do I go up from here? Is there no up? Is there literally only down? Down, down, down. Alright, so where does this go then? Again? How many times is Lady gonna get kidnapped? I know, for the princess? Come on. Zelda's literally made of magic. She needed more money for shoes. I don't blame her. If it works, it works, right? Is this below? Confused. Like, what the fuck is even the point of this Sky Island? What is the point of this Sky Island? It helps you lean. It does. It does. It helps if you lean all the way. Then you know where you're supposed to be going. Okay. Oh, hello. Construct. Mm-hmm. Just like Laws said. Mm-hmm. There are the Koroks as well, yes. Wait a second. Okay. This is insane. This is fucking sane. I have to go through the rings? Alright. Teleport me up, baby. Let's go. Oh, 100% Trem. Not fucking happening. Not fucking happening. That wasn't awful. That wasn't awful. But that was just the trial. Or that was just like the test run. Right? That was just the test run? Oh, fairy! No. I want the fairies. And the dragonflies, actually. Or the darners, excuse me. Come here, fairy. Come here, fairy. Yeah. Okay, let's get to... Let's go up here. That wasn't it. Like, I didn't even do it yet. You had to do really? I wish it wasn't water at the end. No challenge. Splat. Yaga, my dear, my love, thank you for absolutely nothing. Like, just pancake. Oh, God. I have no arrows. Interesting. I have no arrows. How am I gonna do the archery test? Alright, so do I just... Okay, so how do I go back up? Do I talk to him again? Do you really need arrows for archery? It's like you're not even trying. It's literally like you're not even trying. You're letting those arrows hold you back. Okay, I am. Okay. I feel like arrows are just a state of mind. One zonite charge? Suck my dick. Jeez. So expansive. Watch me fuck this one up. Shoot fairies? Can you attach fairies? Because that would be so sweet. And then they flitter off and fly off. Yep. I didn't see the, it doesn't even, I don't think I need the accelerate button, do I? Oh shit, do I? Oh, I might need to accelerate and I didn't even notice. That counts as a success, not by much. Oh. Oh, I got it! Okay. Increasing the wearer's ability to glide. Continue to reapply. Okay. Let's see. I'll try it. Yeah, I'll try it one more time. Okay, I'll try it one more time with the boost. Wasn't this a Super Mario? It's like in every Nintendo challenge. Every Nintendo game has a like loop race. Alright, so what was the accelerate button? Yum. Oh, accelerate, hold R. Okay. Oh, that's not the right button. Oh, I made it. Oh, no, not that one. Fuck, I missed that one. All right, hold on. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. All right, I gotta go in. Didn't know there were rewards. Yeah, I have to go back one more. I was doing good and then I got cocky with the boost there. But I know exactly what I need to do. All right, let's try it one more time. I know. Yes, okay. Gotta go fast! Gotta go fast like Sonic. Oh, I want some Sonic. I don't have cash for Sonic tonight, but I want Sonic so fucking bad. Oh, I would literally murder somebody for some Sonic right now. Oh, man. That one didn't make? What? Hold on. No. That's bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit, I say. Bullshit. I almost died. Do crimes for food? Seriously. Alright, I know. Those rings that go hard. No. It was... yeah, I know exactly what... That one, I really am surprised I didn't make that one. But it's fine. We'll do it. How many Zonite charges do I have? Jeez. I don't know how to do a barrel roll. I wish. Okay. There we go. Alright. Here. Go left, go left. Why? What? That one, I don't understand how they're missing that last one. Alright. One more try. That last one robbed me. Alright, so when we drop through that tight area and go forward. Okay, alright.
Pizza time.
Here's some Scenic funds. I have someone I want
Pizza
to
time!
disappear.
Pizza time! Trem! What are we getting from Sanic? Trem, thank you for my Sanic. What are we getting? We're getting mozzarella sticks, first of all. Obviously, we gotta get the mozzie sticks. Food for Sanic! We gotta get our mozzie sticks. Whoa, Trem. Nope, didn't make that one. Didn't make this one. Alright, I'm done. Mozzies for life. Look at how close to the bottom it stops. Oh my gosh. Done or one more? No. Cause I'm going what I thought was fast, and I'm like 24. Alright, let's see. Alright. How do I get 20 seconds is just so fast. Like, I don't know how to do it. How do you control while you're diving? Like, okay, dive, okay. See, you can't even dive. Dive, left. Dive. There we go. No, see? Oh. Nope. I died. I literally died. All right, let's get our Sanic. Let's order Sanic. It's 8 o'clock, so it's perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay. All right, so we need our mozzie sticks, of course. And then we probably need a drink, obviously. All right, no more. Poof, did you see? I straight just plopped. You got Blaze? Delicious? What's Blaze? All right, Sand Nick. Sand Nick. All right. First, let's get my drink. Let's get our drink. Drinky drink. Drinky drink. And our mozzie sticks. Okay. Do we want Chimken? Or do we want Burger? Chimken or Burger? Ooh, build your own pizza like a pizza Subway? That sounds really cool, actually. Chimken or Burger? I think Burger. No, I think Chimken. I think I'm gonna get Chimken. 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 Let's get Chimken and Ranch. Chimken? No, I am getting Chimken. Chimken. High allergy is another one. Burger? No, I'm gonna get Chimken because then I can munch on Chimken while I'm playing. Zonai chargers? I know. They're not hard to come by. Okay. Done. Okay. There we go. Okay, I got my drinkies, I got my mozzie stickies, and I got my Chimken from Trem for Dindins. Thank you, Trem. That was so nice of you, honestly. Like, now I can, as long as my internet holds out, we're good to go for the next however many hours. And I might put a little something in that drink when it comes. How would you guys feel about that if I put a little something in that little drinky when it comes? Where's my Zonai stuff? Oh, here it is. Alright. A little boozy Zeldy? A little Zelda Ruinskis? Watch me, like, not be able to solve any puzzles. Ooh, jackpot! A balloon. Let's go. This is such a cool concept. Like, this is such a cool concept. Like, the little dispensers with, like, the buildy pieces. Oh, have you not seen this? Yeah. Drunk Pink? I'm not a drunk. I probably wouldn't get drunk, even if I did, like, drink a lot. I get a little buzzed, but I don't get drunk. Not in a very long time. But a little buzzed Zelda could be fun. Alright, so... Drop to climb down instead of jumping through the first... Oh, no. Words become interesting to form, correct. Alright, so I think there was... Oh, so there's a shrine right there. But also... Oh, see, there's a... Okay, so there's a thingy there. But then there's also one... Ah! Alright, we're going down! It's time to go! Fuck. Alright, that's where I was. So that's fine. So we'll head this way. Well... Shit. Oh, here's a Korok thing. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, haha. Alright, so that's how many? Out of 9... okay, so that's 12 out of 900. Well, no, that's not accurate, because I did use a couple already on upgrades. So I've used 3 already, so it's 15 out of 900. Why did you not glide, bro? He just did not glide. He just decided no. Like, he just decided no. Alright, don't be an archery shrine because I don't have arrows. Please. I'm begging you. It's literally an archery shrine. This is a joke. What is it, Laz? Is it like a rupee or something? You can tell me. I'm actually letting you spoil it. You can tell me. Because if it's not like the bottom of that piece of armor, I'm not gonna try. Oh, stable. Gotta do a lurk? Okay. Oh, here's a Korok. Swaggish, thank you for absolutely nothing. A large zone, yeah, okay. We're not doing that then. Especially with how many small charges I wasted. Where do you get arrows? So I felt like at the beginning of the game, I was saying like they're really generous with their arrows. But now I feel like maybe not so much anymore. So they were everywhere. Like they were in, like they were just like in stuff. Now I think I'm gonna have to buy. I think it might be buying and selling time. See, this, I bet these are the ones where it's like you're supposed to like put him on the Boku. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking, yeah, you could just do a farm with a wooden shield. Like this instance, like when it's kind of this far away, this was probably one that you may have wanted to put him on something, you know. For a massive supply, yeah. The farms are usually the way to go with these things. Yeah, see, I probably should have made like a little cart or something to put him on instead of walking him over, but it's fine. Here's your friend. The 2 Korok seed bonus is nice for this. The double Korok seeds for reuniting them is nice. Alright, so... Ooh. Wait, is that the one we did? Yeah, that's the... Okay, I can remove that one. This isn't a building game? Apparently it is. You don't Minecraft, bro? You don't Minecraft, bro? Oh, you know what? I'm being a bad friend. I should pull Brosip up so I can lurk on them. There we go. I just don't want to see their stuff in case. Alright, so what is... Ooh, there's a thing there. Let's go there. Ooh, Korak. Oh, please don't make me, like, get down. Oh, you did. Immediately you did. Okay, this one's not so hard. That one's not so bad. Yeah. Yep, yep. Time to check out those maps. Oh, you're going into the buttholes? You're brave, Laws. I think once I get a few more hearts, I might go down there. But it's tough down there. Are you little thingies? You're not little peblets. You look like it, though. There's a shrine over there. That's pretty far, though. It's a little far. Oh, let's keep an eye out for arsenic. Arsenic, courtesy of Trem. Can you usually find a way? Yeah, sometimes. And then sometimes I can't. Alright, let me check my... Oh, I have to plug my phone in. Holy. Guess who fell asleep with their Switch in their hand and almost broke my nose. Hint. It's me. But what I was trying to say, but I got distracted with saying, is I didn't plug my phone in before I went to sleep because I just kind of passed out. What's this? Well, that's a flying Korok puzzle. What is this? Ooh! That's pretty convenient that I thought of doing that. Okay. I cannot believe I thought of, I can't believe I thought of using Ascend in there. Didn't this used to all be water? What is this music? Oh, see, like, there's, like, carvings on, like, some of the walls. That's interesting. I don't have any more pins left. It's a- oh my god, why didn't you jump? Oh, I hate when he does that. Okay, so here's the thing. Ooh, I don't have a weapon. Okay, now I do. A clef key in chat. Alright, so let's see if we can find the tier here. What is on his head? Haha, it's not a horn, that's hilarious. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the balloon to look at it. Yep, so is input just gonna be... Like, is input just gonna magically be at these things? Like, here's the tier. I don't even need to go up. Alright, let's look at this memory. Memories! Ooh.
Are you well? You seem a bit distracted.
I apologize. I keep getting lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I can return
Okay.
home.
So in the trailer, I was like,
With your power
Zelda
over time,
has the same
if I
earrings
were
and
able to learn that
crown
kind
as
of
like this
control,
mysterious lady,
I
but
might be
it
one
makes
step
sense
closer
because
to
she's
my
like
era.
staying with them.
I see. The secret is to think of it like drawing out the object's memory. You ask the object where it was, how it arrived where it is now, and then you coax it back to that original moment in time.
The object's memory.
I'm sure it will become almost like second nature, and you will be able to find your way home. But Zelda, there is more on your mind than just that.
Huh?
You, of course, do want to get back to your time. But you also desperately want to help us out in this era. Am I close to the truth?
How did you know?
I do not believe it is possible to keep anything secret from Sonia.
How many tiers
Oh,
are
your
there?
concern is
'Cause they're all
very
wearing
sweet,
one.
Zelda. But listen, you can focus your attention on returning home. After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil. Both
Ooh, do you hear the
these
music in the
powers
background?
will help you protect your own era.
Queen Sonia.
And of course, you must make it home safe to put Link's mind at ease.
Link? That is not a name I have heard.
He is a royal knight. He
My
had been
love.
originally appointed
He's
for
my
my
love.
protection. But later, he became a hero by saving both me and Hyrule from a great evil.
Oh, a hero is he?
He is so very dedicated.
Wink, wink.
And he refuses
Wink,
to back down
wink.
from any challenge. He is very strong. And his heart is good and true.
Ah, I can see that you have absolute faith in him. Hearing you speak so highly of Link, I find myself wanting to meet him as well.
Indeed. I would also like to
Look
meet
at that
him. He
hair.
must be quite the brave, courageous
Look
knight.
at that hair.
What a picture Zelda paints of him.
Oh, could you imagine being Link and seeing that memory? True love. That's so cute. That's so stinking cute. Okay, so we can take this map marker. Okay, this map marker's gone. Alright, so... Alright, I have gotten so distracted. Oh, so the labyrinth is still here. Is this one down here? Nope. Alright, we can go see if we can possibly get this other outfit. Could you imagine doing a first playthrough of this? No fast travel like I did my Breath of the Wild challenge? Wait, where? Oh, it's in a cave over here. Okay. Oh, I bet it's that cave. Right there, if I had to guess. Wait, where'd the markings go? From... him. Do I have to do it again? Hold on. Yeah, remember, the Lord of the Mountain? Like, marked a bunch of caves for us? Alright, let's go across this. Let's go across this bridge, I guess. Oh yeah, I have a horse now. Oops. Hey, Krista! Welcome in! How was your stream? What'd you play? Oh, you played Breath of the Wild! Is that your first time playing Breath of the Wild? Are you trying to catch up? Oh, you did some DLC? Very nice. I love Breath of the Wild. It's one of my absolute favorite games. Oh, that's right. We did talk about this. That's right. We talked about this because you did all the Koroks. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. That was stupid. That was a stupid question that I knew the answer to. Welcome in. How was your stream? How are you? How was your weekend? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out with Krista, and thanks for coming and hanging out with me, who is also Krista. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista. I was not joking. My name is actually also Krista, or Pinksel, but most people will just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace that you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just like see what we're about, what to expect, what kind of stuff goes on here. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown.
nasty.
Yeah!
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee.
So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun.
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What I
Nate!
had said. What
Why?
is happening?
Why are you like this?
I couldn't make this up if I tried.
That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you for the raid, Krista. Go take care of yourself. Migraines are the absolute worst. So go get some rest. Go get some sleepies, so you can play Breath of the Wild again later. The fourth one? No, actually, I have found a couple Kristas. Most of them, which is like, I find it to be a little disappointing that most of them are like not as excited to meet another Krista as I am. Like there's this one girl who I found named Krista, obviously. I'm not saying what her full username is, but Krista's in her username, so that's how I was able to be like, oh, Krista. I was like, hi, fellow Krista, whatever. And she's like, oh, is your name Krista too? And I was like, yeah, it is. And I also spell mine with a K, like what a coincidence. And she's like, oh. I was just like, okay, cool. It's like, I thought all Kristas were cool, but I guess not. Alright, do we think I'm strong enough to try this now? He was like two-shotting me before. But this has to be the reward. Like the clothes has to be the reward for beating him. The outfit, I mean. Like, where else would it be? It's in this cave. It's in this cave. It has to be. See? Yeah, it's in this cave. Alright. We break these. Oh, shit! I didn't realize that all of that was breakable this whole time. Oh, shit. So it could be behind all that. Oh, I did not realize you could break that. Okay. Well, this is news to me. I feel like throwing it is the best plan, though, honestly. There we go. Give me all the stone. Crazy, like, there's no way that I have to break all of this stuff to find this treasure, right? Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Ooh. Luminous Stone Central. Oh, that did nothing. Oh, wait. There's something up there. Wait, there is something up there. Hold on. Where's my thing? Here it is. There's an opening up there. Let's see. I think we found it. Look at this. Look at. We didn't need to fight this Talus anyway. don't want to break all this stuff so I get the luminous stones from it, but I feel like the amount of luminous stones it drops almost isn't worth the durability on the weapon. Almost. Bomb flower. Luminous sky. Bomb flower. Oh, shoot. Alright. My nose. I know you mentioned another one during the chaos stream. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. So that was somebody who raided me. And I feel really bad because I'm drawing a blank on what their username is. Barbarian armor! Alright, so we don't need to be in here anymore. We don't need to be here anymore. I can leave. Alright, what's... Shock resistant outfit. Alright, so this is gonna be in a cave over here, I bet. I bet. I would bet. I do like that the loading screen, like, moves you on your map. Okay. Head towards the green. Where am I? Like, where, though? Oh, there's a writing over there. A glyph. Are you rewindable? No, you're not. Alright. So there's the tower. Oh, there's a shrine right here. We should get that for the fast to travel. What the hell are those? Oh, it's a bokoblin with a little basket on his back. That's kind of cute. Even though he'll try to kill me, it's still pretty cute. What's that? Oh. Oh, I realized a little too late what that was, but okay. What's this? What's this do? Wait, is this like the bottom of like a car? I feel like this is a little cart. Is this a little cart? Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Okay, does it need wheels? Like, these aren't wheels? Are those not already existing wheels? I am confusion. Like, these are not already existing wheels on this thing? What the heck here? Okay. I want to put it like on its end or something. Okay. I'm confused what the fuck to do with that one, but whatever. And then we have bombs over there. Tennyton Shrine. Okay. Let's see if Arsenic is here. Arsenic is here! Guys, Arsenic is here. Sky Islands and in caves, okay. Combat training, throwing, okay. Barosif! Hi, Barosif! Welcome in! How you do? How was your Zelda? How was your Zelda? Hi, Skalunka Funk! My hair looks really pretty, thanks. I had it in braided pigtails all night when I went to sleep, and then I took it out. Hi, Sadie! Hi guys, how was stream? I don't want to spoil stuff, but I don't know where you are. So I'm in a shrine right now, so like we might be okay. I'm in a combat shrine. How is stream? Tell me what you did with, I don't know, how can you tell me what you did without spoiling, and how can I tell you what I did without spoiling, so we can see like how close we are to one another. I've gotten a little bit done. A Battle Talus? Is that the one that has, like, the stuff stacked on him? Is that the one that has, like, the bokoblins and stuff? Okay, yes, I met Impa too. Okay, I was nervous, and I was like, I did the Impa thing, but I didn't want to ruin it. Hi, Bubbles. Welcome in. So I've gotten quite a bit done today as well. I did find Impa. I did a couple different Sky Islands, trying to like remain spoiler free, but not. But my Sanic is here, so while I do raid stuff, I'm gonna go grab Sanic from downstairs. But welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. You've been a Sky. Oh, I've gone up 3 times now? Hold on, can I see from here? Yeah, so like I've done this one, which I have to go back to it because I didn't have any arrows. And then I've done this one, and then I've done this one. So I've gone up a couple times. I've gone up to the sky a couple times. And I've gone into the butthole, which is very scary and do not recommend. Do not recommend going into the butthole. I died many times in the butthole. Got a raid and run getting late? No problem, Skalunka Funk. I hope you have a great night. Like I said, my Sanic is here, so I am gonna go grab that. And we will leave this a little. Oh, I can't. Wonderful. All right, I'm gonna grab my Sanic. I'll be right back, guys. BRB. Actually, no, I lied. Hello, Raiders! Welcome in and thank you for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just see what we're about. I hope you enjoy, and I'm gonna run and grab Sonic while this plays, and I'll see you guys in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate, it's Uranus.
I am Cat, I can help you.
Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I want to go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun!
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh. My monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this?
I couldn't make this up if I tried.
That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. I made it. Stand Nick. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Sadie. We got some Santa courtesy of Prem tonight, who's very kind enough to give us a little dono to be able to get some Santa tonight. I got mozzarella sticks, and I got chimkin. Chimkin tendies. Chimkin tendies. Hey, Nix. How are you? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. What spear? Work was rough today? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. That was me yesterday at work, honestly. I was in so much pain. Brosif, what are you up to now? Are you gonna keep playing off stream or are you gonna play something else? Alright, so we have enough now that I can upgrade some stuff. What time is it? 8:30? I want to keep playing, but I shouldn't like go too hard. You're gonna sail? You have a problem? Do you have a sailing buddy? Or are you solo sailing? The sea does call, Broseph. Oh, we want to go over there. You want to brig? It depends. It depends. I started a project in Valheim. And I'm kind of digging that. So, like, if you and Aaron are, like, in the middle of doing whatever, when I end, like, that's totally fine. But if you're not doing whatever, and it's easy peasy lemon squeezy to to join, then that's a possibility. What do in Valheim? Okay, so I have been, and it's been a humongous project. So I have been going to every single marker that is on the map, that everybody, that's me, Nate, Chris, Britt, Steph, that's every marker that everybody has put on our map in Valheim, and I've been checking it, and if there's nothing actually there, I've been removing the marker. And then I've been like redoing all the markers so that like they're all like they all say the same thing, they're all like the same symbol. So it's like not like just garbage like markers and spots all over the map that like don't mean anything. It's a huge project, I know. And I got a decent amount done in one night, honestly. Okay, so this goes further down. But this... Where is it? Right there. Is bombable. You know what? One thing that is a huge quality of life upgrade is that the bomb flowers don't have like a time countdown like they did in the other one, and it would give you like massive anxiety that you were gonna die before it goes off. Oh shit! What did you fucking hit me with? Oh my god, pick it up! This is so stupid right now. Like 5 times I had tried to pick up my stupid thing. What did it pick up at one point? Did it pick up like the loot? Is that what it picked up? I don't know. That was annoying. I don't necessarily mind them because like if you target them, it's fine. But it was just that like they shocked me and knocked my weapon out, and then for whatever reason Link like wouldn't pick his weapon back up, and I was just like, excuse me? Excuse me, sir? Alright, so now we go back over here. But yeah, I'm possibly down to Sail or Valheim or something. I just, like, I don't want to... How do I explain this? How do I put this in words? I don't want to go, like, so hard on Zelda over the next, like, week that I burn myself out. You know what I'm trying to say? Most definitely didn't say- I did not lie. Don't lie. Don't tell lies. Hi, Wolfie. Okay. Give me the loot. 6 something? Yeah. Yeah. So you know how you said you have a problem? Meaning Sea of Thieves? Yeah, that's what I was doing. All night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I might not... Like, what time is it? Like, it's almost 9 now. Like, I'll probably play this for a couple more hours. Like, I'm okay right now. But I realistically am not going to do, you know, like 12, 16-hour streams. Just because I'm on vacation. Because I don't want to get burnt out, you know? Like, the last thing I want is for this game that I've been so excited about to, like, burn me out. Huh, so where do I go, then? Oh, up there. It's kind of funny that you need something sharp to be able to break that. That's funny. With a soldier's shield, okay. What am I looking for? Shock resistant, okay. A 90-minute speedrun? I know. People are crazy. Yeah, 94 minutes is the speedrun. Honestly, like, at that point, like, are you even playing the game? Yeah. Probably Wolfie, yeah. Okay. I actually don't know where this one is. Okay, so here's the cave. Okay. Like, okay, nobody answer this. Do not answer this. But, like, I don't even know where the end of the game is. Like, I don't even know who the boss is. I don't know, like, where would you go? Like, how do you, like, where do you go? Yo, mama's the boss? Wow, spoilers! I bet it's the butthole. If the end of the game is in the butthole, I will cry. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Okay, so do this, and then you do this. Yeah. Ah, no! I just wanted to put it down, not kill myself. I forgot that you can't set it down. Fuck. That's one thing, that's one difference with this game that I'm still getting used to is, like, set it down. Just put it down easy with your hands. I blew up. I threw up. Mom, I threw up. I threw up. Oh, I fucking hit the wrong button. Mom, I blew up. Alright, so now I know this motherfucker is gonna spit a rock at me. No! Whoa, you're spitting so many rocks. You're being very rude right now. Didn't your mother ever tell you to not spit rocks at people? My gosh. Now I have extra hearts because you're a bully. You bully me. Bully me. Okay. So now we're gonna do this. And we're not gonna fuck it up this time. Oh, I set those off. Lol. Oh, son of a bitch. You are gonna... Yeah. Nope, 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 nope. I am here to get the shock armor. Not to be shocked. Oh, I have one. Oh, can I not fuck it up? Am I gonna fuck it up? Don't fuck it up! Alright, hold on. Can I do the thing? I know that's very specific, chat. It's very specific, I know. Hold on, target him, do this. And then, where's the... Well, I don't think I have any more. Ooh, I might not have any more. Okay. Those like purple puff thingies that make them confused. Woo! Okay, do that again. Okay, fall down. You're gonna fall down again? You're not gonna fall down again? You're gonna be a bitch? Why? I don't understand. Am I not throwing? There we go. Let's use this. It's doing like no damage to them. That's wild. Honestly, the thing is doing more damage. What fire? Let's go through. Okay. Get this ready again. Open your mouth. Oh my god, he's literally almost dead. Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. Holy shit. Give me all of this treasure. Maintain some charge. Okay, cook with a critter to make it elixir. Gross. Amber. Okay. Now I have to climb up here. Oh my lord, there she is. There she is. Fuse has already been used on this. Oh, it's too long? I guess. Okay. Alright, here's gonna be the shock resistant armor. The rubber armor. So far, what they've done is they've taken the three, like, the three labyrinth sets. The climbing armor, the barbarian armor, and the rubber armor. So the three, labyrinths. And they've made them these, like, blessing things. These cave treasures. I'm naked. Wait, where's my little skirt? My little skirt goes away when I put this on. Okay, so we're done in here now. We can just leave. Wait, what's this green marker? Was my green marker the marker to get here? Litwick. Guys, I think I'm gonna recline just a smidge, and we're just gonna vibe. Oh, I can't read chat this way. I guess I can't. I guess I can't recline a smidgen. That would have been really nice. Alright. This, I have the feeling, is gonna kick our ass. So we're gonna save. That project chat onto them? Could you... Oh, or just like right there. Like right above my monitor right there. Oh, there's Faroche. Tatiana, thank you. Tatiana, how was your stream? Oh my god. Alright, just keep hitting. Don't get up, 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 don't get up. There we go. There we go. Tatiana, how was your Tears of the Kingdom tonight? Tell me about it. Ooh, he's gonna be a big guy. Yep, fuck, it's a moblin. No, 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 that's not a good idea for anybody involved. Shit. What? I totally backflipped. Oh, that was a little shisty there, guys. I started over? I can't believe that has happened. I literally dodged that. Like, I was in the backflip dodge that he hit me, and then he threw the barrel up there. Why are enemies so much harder in this game? Holy shit. I cannot get over. And by this game is growing, Wolfie, I'm a terrible influence and I know it. But listen, everybody listen to me. Is everybody listening? I hope you're listening. If you are planning on buying any Nintendo games, any Switch games whatsoever, do the Nintendo voucher. I'm telling you, it's a little more expensive. It's $100. It's $99 and change, but it gives you 2 games. So I bought Breath of the Wild for essentially $70, and I have a second voucher still to be able to get a second game, whatever I decide, whatever I want. So it's a little bit more expensive, like the initial purchase is a little bit more expensive, but it's definitely worth. Something, I think I might end up getting like maybe like Mario Party or something. An Advance Wars? You don't have, like, but it's not like a 2 at the same time. Like, it's not like buy it and you have 2 vouchers. Like you can buy one thing and then wait and then buy a second thing. Like, it's not a 2 at the same time thing. Unless, of course, you want 2 games, then obviously, go for it. But I want, but they want it. No, it's fine. As I was saying, like, you don't, like, it's not, I was just clarifying that it's not like a, you need to do both at the same time thing. I remember there was usually weapons and stuff in the garrison ruins, but it doesn't look like it in this particular one. No! No. 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 Have you been back to Great Plateau? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I don't like these hand things. Don't spoil it, don't tell me. But I haven't figured out how to kill them yet, and I don't like them. And I don't have a lot of arrows right now, so I need arrows. I need arrows. Ooh, there's a shrine over here. So there's Faroche. So does that mean that Dinroll... There's Dueling Peaks. So does that mean that Dinroll's flying around over there somewhere? Pink said you have to. I will literally... I will ban you from my entire life if you don't get Tears of the Kingdom and Advanced Wars at the same time. Ooh, that one looks scary up there, look. I'm coming, potato. I'm coming, potato. Oh my god, I thought that was like a creature or something, but it was just the way that the flag was spinning. We have a parasocial relationship. Am I really even in your life? I mean, parasocially? Technically, everybody is parasocially. I'll ban you from my stream and from my Discord and my Twitter and everything that you care about so much. Imprisons and purifies the ancient evil. Okay. Is this a combat shrine? It is. So it's like an Eventide Island shrine. Proving grounds, beginner. Okay. Okay. A wooden stick plus boulder equals amazing. All right, let's get let's get these to make some fire shits. Oof, nope. God, I fucking hate when I hit the dodge button and he just doesn't. Jesus. I'm gonna die because he didn't dodge. No, I'm gonna die. I need to get out of here. Move out of here! I'm gonna die. Get out of here. I have no food, do I? Yeah. Fuck. He is on my ass. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done for. Yep. His actual arm was stuffed onto it. I missed the opening. It is not his actual arm was stuffed onto it. His arm does get pretty damaged. And it is grafted with the arm of Rauru, who I don't know if you've seen the memories or whatever, but he's like the original king of Hyrule. Like he's like the founder of Hyrule. So his like spirit like grafts his like magical Zonai arm to your broken arm. There's like a fuzz or like it just keeps flying in front of my face. And I think I'm like stirring it up by keeping it. Okay, that's one. No, move. Oh, fuck. Why do you not jump ever, Link? Honestly. If I'm gonna have to do this 100 fucking times because he does not dodge. Hi, staff. Welcome in. All right. If I hit the dodge button one more time and he just does a little side hop, I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay, I need to get over here and I need to do this first. Okay. That first. Okay. I need to get some space between me is what the fucking problem is. There it is, Flurry Rush. Alright, that's one. That's one. Oh, he's almost dead. He's not dead all the way. Okay. There's no fucking way. Okay. I'm literally about to lose my mind right now. Okay. I keep getting Flurry Rush on the first guy. And then the second guys are like one-shotting me. Yeah, I know. Shut up. I know. Fuck. Alright. Alright, is stealth? Ah, that was so stupid. Do you have to be naked? Yes. This is, do you remember, you probably won't remember the name, but do you remember the trial in Breath of the Wild, where it, like, takes away all of your stuff, and you can only fight with, like, what you pick up? It's the same general concept as that. Where, like, I can only pick up, like, what I've got. I just need to get space. There's no fucking way every fucking time, dude. No, the dodge is killing me. Dodge. No, thank you. This is so stupid with this dodge mechanic sometimes. Nope, move. Move. Dodge out of the way. 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 This is... You are not doing it right. Who's the one that's almost dead? This one over here. Okay, okay, you're gone. Okay. You're almost dead too. Okay, okay. Okay, now we can get the archer. Nice. Jeez! That took so long! Your equipment will be returned to you. Nice. The dodge kills me. When I am literally, like, let me show you. Let me show you. I know it's gonna sound like excuses, but screw you guys. When I'm doing this, and I'm holding backwards, and I do this, and he goes like this, when I'm going like this, it's really annoying. And sometimes I'll be targeting an enemy, and then he'll go like this, instead of like, see, this is a perfect example right there. Instead of like this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Link just does what Link likes to do. I know. I was trying so hard to do that, Wolfie. I was trying so hard to do that. Let me see. Yes. Yes, I can. I was trying. I was really, really trying to get over there to it, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't get over to it. They were like, they were just seeing me too quickly. Oh my god. What does a spring shield do? Yes, that's what I said. Because people were like, just get good. And it's like, that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. Okay. Oh, Steph, by the way. So I was telling a story earlier. You missed it. So I've been going and I have this project that I've been doing in Valheim in the old server. The old server. The family server for forever ago. And so my task has been that I'm going to all of the different markers on the map, every single marker that's on the map, and I'm like cleaning it up. Like if the marker doesn't need to be there anymore, or if like we mined the copper that's there or whatever. So last night I tackled the infamous mountain that killed all of us like 20 times a piece. And I found a bunch of our graves. I found, like, 2 of your graves. I found 1 of Britt's graves. Like, I found so many graves. It was cracking me up. Did you get deluxe or regular? I got regular. I got the regular. When and if any DLC comes out, I'll just get it when it comes out. Is this gonna mark this, even though I don't have the map discover it? I should, right? Discovery? Yes, okay. Forest of Time, Chasm. Wait, where's the Forest of Time? This is the Forest of Time? Oh shit, there's a big goblin in here. Nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Ah! I keep trying to dodge. Oh my god, I literally... Every single death that I have had in this game has been not fucking dodging. Like, the dodging, why? Why? This isn't fucking Dark Souls, this is Zelda. Why? No. No. Absolutely fucking not. This is not fucking Dark Souls. This is Zelda. I shouldn't be, like, having to master fucking dodges every 2 seconds. Like, this is not happening. If this is how this game is gonna be, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Like, there's no reason that I can't beat entry-level fucking enemies. Like, he's a black bokoblin. Like, fuck all the way off, bro. Like, there's no reason that they need to be this hard. Like, this is not fun. This is not a fucking vibe. Okay. That's why I don't play these Souls games and shit. I'm just here to have a good time. Are you a... You're a random Gerudo. Yeah, but like, I couldn't even fight like fucking red ones over in the other place. There are quite a lot of buttholes. You have to harness your anger. No, I don't like these games. Like, I like my games to be fun, you know? Like, if they're just genuinely just beating you down, it's not fun. And, like, don't get me wrong, I am still having fun, but I don't like feeling completely fucking helpless. Like, I am, like, over 12 hours into this game now. Like, why am I still struggling with moblins and bokoblins and stuff, you know? That's my issue. is if it's an open world game, why are you punishing me for exploring the game? Okay, anyway.
Oh. No.
Masters of Disguise! Okay, strike. Yiga. Oh, there's Yiga in here? Well, that's good to know. I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't be. Because I killed Master Koji, but... whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just complaining. Combat in this game seems a little more loose. Yeah. Especially because, like... your weapons depend on your fusing. That... like, how are you gonna have an advantage against some of these enemies? Like, how do you have an advantage against him when, like, I have crafted fucking weapons? See, look at, these are whiz robes. These are whiz robes, and I literally can't beat him. Oh, is it a rusty halberd? What is it? What is it? Rusty halberd. Look at this. Game of the year, guys. Game of the year. Where should I go? There's hieroglyphs over there. So, like, there's a blue bokoblin, and I bet you he'll kick my ass. Have you tried fusing tree branches? No. Does it say, like, tree branch? So there's the Great Plateau. This is ridiculous. Walking around with this stick. Oh, he's got like choo-choo jelly on him. Man, I really, really, really wish that you could just, like, stack weapons, like, endlessly. Are you able to craft weapons anywhere? No. You weren't able to craft them in the first one, either. Hello, Poorly. Hello. I want to stack so many weapons. I know, I'm kind of like sad that they deny us. Are you crying yet? No. Not yet. Yeah, you can combine them. Oh, no, you can combine them. You can't craft them, no. Like, you can take two existing weapons and you can combine them together. Alright, here's the plateau. So there's 3 plateau buttholes from what I see. Let's look at the old Temple of Time. Temple of Time ruins. Oh look, we can still pray here. So that's good that we can still pray here. Because I have some stuff to pray. Sag? Why Sag? Pearly, how's your Saturday? Staff, how's your Saturday? Wait, what did she say? I'm trapped under the water behind the stone gate of the Great Plateau. I do a lurk to Nazi spoilies? Okay, bro, safe. I will forgive this time. I'm stuck under the water. The gate of the Great Plateau. Ooh, I was too slow with that one. Got him. Where'd this stuff go? My Saturday has been busy. My sister and I are doing brunch for Mother's Day. People are coming here, so we've been prepping all day, and I feel like nothing is done, but it's fine. You'll get it done. I believe in you. Okay, so she says, I'm trapped under the water. Shit, I need to cook. By the gate of the plateau. What does that mean? The gate of the Great... Like, what does that mean? The Great Plateau doesn't have a gate. What's that? Interesting. Okay, so... What the hell are you wearing? Oh, he's got armor. What is the gate of the Great Plateau supposed to mean? So, okay, so is this not like, is it not like, oh shit. Is it not like floating how it was last time? Oh, fuck, I don't have, alright. Yeah, shit. I didn't have an axe. There's a Curlia in chat. That tree did just hit me. That's a dumb bitch. A dumb birch, maybe. Yeah, the trees are bad. Trees can do the bad. Is that the gate? You have to explain to the tree that you aren't an orc. I know. I'm just a little hobbit. I'm just a little hobbit. Don't you chase me, I hear you. I said no. No! Are they gonna fight each other? No, they're both chasing me. I love this. This is amazing. I hear my dog. Give me a second, guys. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Alright, so she says she's trapped underwater at the gate. I think it's right here. I think it's right here. Dog, okay? Yeah. Yeah, she's been, like, drinking a lot of water. And so she just threw up. So I should clean it up. Thank you for the follow. What is that? It's 2. It is a Rusty Halberd. It is 2. Yes. Rusty Halberd. No, she's fine. She's been doing it to herself. She'll just like hyper focus and she'll like drink so much water until she like pukes. And it's like, why are you doing this to yourself? Holy shit, that's so far. How am I like how though? Like how? Okay, what if... Okay, I have an idea. Sorry? What did I tell you about saying sorry for shit you don't need to be saying sorry for? I don't doubt that. I do not doubt that at all. Okay. Okay. So, if I put... If I put... 2... Two of these? That's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. Alright, alright, alright. So we can't do it with 2. We gotta break it up. Alright, so put you here. Break you up. Lame, I know. Stifling my creativity. Alright. Drop. Drop. Okay. So I think if I put 1 like here, and if I put 1 like here, they've been all over your TikTok? That's funny. Anything good yet? Is this too big? Like, should I use like this one? I feel like this one will be easier to control. No, let go. What are you doing? Let go. Okay. I don't want to say because might be spoilies. Yeah, don't say. I don't know. Where's this dude? Here he is. Personally, the coolest things that I can say are people a bomb on their cart or on their shield. Yeah. I've blown myself up on accident a handful of times already. And I would really like to not... I'd really like to not do that again. Okay. That's not right. No, right here. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, there we go. Control. And then... Where's my charges? Here they are. Use. Okay. Oh, that wasn't enough. Where am I supposed to be going? Okay. That's clearly not working. Wait, so how does this control? I guess I don't get it. Oh, okay, hold on. I think I get it. I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay, okay. Okay. I think I understand. So I think what it controls is everything on the creation at one time. So if I do this, yeah. Now it should turn everything on at the same time. I can eat one of these to recharge my batteries. Let's go. Where am I going? Like, where's his friend, though? I don't actually remember. Over there? There's no way. Guys, this is a fucking game changer. Like, let's be real right now. This is a game changer. Here you go. Here's your friend. It was not an inconvenience at all. Here you go. There you go. There's your friend. Alright, so the control panels are where it's fucking at. The control panels are a game changer. Seriously? The control panels are where it's at. That was so ridiculous. Like, what is this game anymore? Shrine of Resurrection? Oh, we're here. Is there anything in here? Oh, a dude. Alright. Is there anything in the shrine? Oh, it makes my... Oh. So it's just a, Oh! Oh! What this? What's this? Is this the Yiga tribe? No way. Shit. Well, something's better than nothing, I suppose. Okay. Turn around. You've got like one hit left. There we go. Jeez. Was that it? An 8-fold blade. Very nice. We'd love to see it. Banana! Alright, what do you examine? Authorizer verified. Thank you for driving with the intruders. Those interlopers carried me here with them from the depths. I have no way of returning to where I was stationed there. I will therefore continue my work here. My task in the depths was to manage schema stones. A great deal of zoonite was mined and processed there. I have something for you. Great abandoned central mine. What? I can't even receive the gift that I earned? I literally just did the thing and I can't even get the reward for it. Alright, so where did it say I needed to go to what mine? Man, I should have paid attention, but I didn't. I should have gone. Yeah. Abandoned something mine. Look, this is where you walked out. This is where you walked out in the first game. And it would come out and it was like, "Boo-doo-doo-doo," and it did this like beautiful pan and it was like, look at how beautiful it is. And now look at it. I mean, it's still beautiful, but it is very, very glum. You did it. I didn't actually do it though, which is the problem. So where's this mine, I wonder? Alright. Nope. Wrong one. Nope. Wrong one again. There we go. Alright, so let's turn this around like this, and then we can use it to fly again. I want to fly over there. Let's see if we can make it over there. Is that the closest one? I think it is. Ooh, there's a shrine right there. I can't. Oh! There's a fairy fountain there! We want to go there. We want to go there. Alright, let's fly there instead. Go to the light? Oh, we are going poorly. We're going to the light. We are flying to that light. We gotta eat some stuff. Wait. Wait, does that mean that my thing's about to die? Does these have durability? These have durability! No! You son of a bitch. I was on fire. It wasn't the fall that killed me. It was the fire that killed me. Alright, how much did I lose? How much did I just lose? Not a ton, right? Not a ton. Okay. All my friends logging into Zelda. It's so funny. Alright, so this one can be removed, and this purple one can be removed, because I did this one. Okay. So, let's do this. Let's go back over here. To here. Okay. Let's get this thing again. Let's replace the... Wait, how did I die, but you stole my fucking plane? I don't have any of the controls, do I? Yeah, see, I don't have any of the controls. Bummer. That's a bummer. Let's see if I can, like, get over to where it was. Probably not. I went further than I thought. Wait, where's the X? Oh, here's the X of my death. It's gonna be right here. It should be right here. Like, where's my shit that fell? So not only did you knock me out of the sky, but you broke my creation as well? That's not very nice. That's not very nice. You're not logging into Zelda? You should log into Zelda. It would make you very happy to log into Zelda. It would make everyone happy. Probably not you. You don't home? You don't, oh, you have? I know, you told me. You told me you're waiting. I know. You told me you were waiting. I am not waiting. I don't know how to wait. Hello, 1066. Welcome in. How are you? Alright, I'm just gonna go get this. No, Wizrobe, I don't want you. Now is not the time, Wizrobe. Oh, there's a Korak there. Might be late in saying it, but came here with the Broseph raid. Oh, well, welcome in, Raider. Very nice. Broseph is one of my absolute favorite people on Twitch, so any friend of Broseph is a friend of mine. But welcome in. How's your day? How's your Saturday? Or how's your time zone, I guess. The stakes guide you. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, so where am I going? Like, where does everything ends right there? Okay. Oh, okay, this one? This one's actually confusing me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't even know where to start. There's water down in the buttholes? How you like it? I'm loving it. It's been so much fun. This is the first one, the first puzzle that I've come across that I'm actually confused. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. No, I definitely didn't. That would be crazy, poorly. Okay. Okay, so that's step one. Okay. Step one. Give me something good. Arrows. Okay, we need arrows. Arrows are very important. Okay. So now, this takes me up here. Why? Why? Oh, is this supposed to be so I can, like, see the whole giant picture? Alright, let's go here. What? Okay. Alright, so do I use this to block this? Okay. I can't get this. I can't get that one. Alright. We'll figure this out eventually, guys. We'll figure it out. Whether it kills me! Okay. So then... oh, this one? should go here. No. This one needs to go... And then... This one, if I move it just up a little bit and like here... There we go. So then that should hit that, and then it should go down. Okay, now. This one? Oh no, I can't grab it. Oh yeah, I can. There it is. Nope. Nope, I lied. There it is. Alright, so this one needs to go here. And then this one needs to come out. And then... Oh no! Oh no. I don't have my spike. Okay. Okay. No, 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 no. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, no, I didn't make it. Okay. So my thought process is... Okay, this is... That sucks. Okay. That's not gonna work then, because how do I get back over there? Okay, I need... Alright, alright. Wait, where's my orbs? Wait, can I not build in here? You sons of bitches won't let me build. Okay. So my thought process is that we make a little paddle, like with this one. And then we use this to push across. Alright, can I go across this thing? Okay, so you can go over there. Okay, nice. Okay. Now, the question is... Oh, I can. Perfect. Okay, so then you go over there. And then me also go over there. Okay. And then this. And then this way. And then scoop it on up. Scoop, scoop, scoop! Drop it off! Let's go. Let's go. So this took my brain like a minute to figure this puzzle out. It took me a minute to figure this puzzle out. But you cannot stop me, Nintendo. You cannot stop me. That was actually, that one was tough, but that was fun. That one was fun for sure. I had to think. I had to use my noggin there for a minute. And I had a couple of unfortunate falls. Alright, so I inadvertently am not where I saw, like where I wanted to be. I wanted to finish the stuff on the Great Plateau, but I got super distracted by the Great Fairy Fountain, which is where? Up here, right? above me, right? Oh, it's right there. Alright, let's just discover this stable. Oh my gosh, look, there's tires! The buttholes are terrifying when you're out of seeds. Things you can only say on a Pixel stream. Things you can only say on a Pixel stream. Oh, this one is wrong. Let me go. Let go, let go. Toot, 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 toot. There we go. In the pitch black for like 20 minutes. Lol. Oh, this is gonna be a game changer, dudes. The control thing is gonna, like, it's gonna change everything. Also, I have to be able to get more batteries eventually. Like, batteries have to be a thing. Guys, guys, move out of the way! You are in the way. You're in the way! Oh, you're scared? This is amazing. Can I put stuff on it to make it go faster? There is rockets, but I don't have them. Hi, Beetle. Right, what's this recipe? Egg, butter, sugar. Oh, that's an old one. I want new recipes. Oh, look, here's a Korok up there. Ooh, what's going on? Wait, why aren't these Gerudo here? Like, what's going on in Gerudo Valley? Wasn't gonna mention the rockets if you didn't... No, I know those rockets. I got one entire rocket this entire time.
Oh. Ma?
Who's taller than us? Lol. I'm sure it's possible. How would you even recognize them? Oh, that nobody will believe that it's me because my sword is broken. Just launch a surprise attack. Really careful, we could sneak up on the target. It's funny. Alright, let me get this little dude. Yep. Nintendo had to know. Like, Nintendo had to know this was going to be a thing. Okay. So, buddy, you're not gonna like this, but I'm about to strap some shit to you, and we're about to go. Hi, Rachel! Rachel, when are you done with school? Alright, okay. That's actually not a bad idea. So... Drop one of you. I can't take that out here. Why? Oh. Ah! Come back! You're done with school? Let's fucking go. Let's firkin' go. That's exciting. Do you have any summer plans? Or are you just, like, living your best life? Okay. Alright, little dude. Okay, so let's put you right there. That's fine. So I think I might need a fan to drop us in the right place. Okay. Let's see what happens. Alright, we need a charge. We need a charge. We need a charge. We need another charge. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, we're so close. I'm the best at Zelda. Wait, drop him. Got him. Here you go. Here's your friend. Safe and sound. Mock, I've gotten so good at building. Guess the large ones will be worth when you're doing stuff like this. The seeds? The seeds, you mean? You have a summer internship? Let's go, Rachel. That's so exciting. You are pro. I almost forgot what this game was for a moment. It's, fork knife. It's fork knife. I'm having the time of my life. The large charges. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The charges are gonna definitely be handy. But I bet you, well, no, I've already found where you can get more charges, like more batteries. But they're expensive. Hi, Squints. Welcome in. How are you? Ooh, a bit required for my degree and good on the resume? Oh. The sound of a flute. I'll never go outside again. Okay. I hear the sound of a flute played by a magician and troupe. Who has a flute? Who has a flute? I don't know. Okay, so it's not marked on my map, so I have to mark it. Brings me out of the depths, truly. Or Jethro from, or Liz. Oh, Lizzo. Does anyone have Lizzo's number? Tell her it's an emergency. She'll understand. She'll understand. Lizzo, help! Lizzo, please! Lizzo! Lizzo, I need flute, please! No, I don't want to fight a tree right now. I literally don't want to fight a tree right now. She's very talented. She's very talented. And she makes shapewear. Like for us thick ladies. She makes shapewear, which is very nice, very nice. No, you don't want to actually follow me, though. You thought about it, and then you were like, no, this isn't actually what I want. She went to the University of Houston? Did she really? You guys know so much about Lizzo. Are you guys like Lizzo stans? Oh, this is the same fucking tower I can't get to. Alright, let's think for a second here. I can't get up there. Me and the rest of her friends just call her Liz. Or Lizzie if we're feeling kind of fancy. Is Lizzo's name actually like Liz or Elizabeth or whatever? Like, is her name actually? She doesn't like Lizzie? That makes sense, though. That actually makes sense. I think it's Melissa. Actually, you know what? I think you're right. I think you're right, Rachel. I do think it's Melissa. I think I remember hearing that somewhere. Melissa Vivian Jefferson. Interesting. I don't think the size of the entertainer matters. I enjoy the stuff they put out. Remember when Missy Elliott was a little bigger? She was still making dope music, and then she had a ton of weight. Yeah, Missy looks fucking good. Like, Missy looks good. Why? I thought this elixir was supposed to help me climb. I have the... Oh, I don't have the climbing gear on. Hold on. Damn. Okay, so... Let's try here. Just a couple more. Oh, wonderful. It stopped raining. But I agree. I 100% agree. 100% agree that somebody's size does not dictate whether they are an entertainer or not, or a good entertainer. But I didn't even touch that. Get out of here with that. I agree. But not everybody feels the same way. Not everybody acts the same, like as if they agree. Which is, oh fuck, it's kind of sad. But I agree. I do agree. And I think she's crazy talented. But the fact that she makes shapewear for heavyset ladies is something that I think we should talk about and celebrate, because that's not something like she is something that a lot of people frown upon, and so she makes a point to, like, you know, capitalize on it. She's like, fuck you guys, like, I'm gonna sell to people who are like me if you're not gonna make to people like me. terrorizing everyone. I pre-ordered, Tatiana. I pre-ordered, but I did work Friday morning. I did work, so I didn't actually get to play until I got home, Friday, afternoon. So I pre-ordered it, oh geez, I don't even know how long ago, months ago. I pre-ordered it a long time ago. So it's just been digitally on my Switch, just waiting. Oh my god, there's no fucking way right now, come on. There's no way right... Stop walking up! Jesus, dumb fucking Link. Alright, oh my god! This is one thing about just... in general. There's one thing that is like all the Zelda games, and I'm like, get out of here. Lady! Thank you for the raid. Kanjo, hello. Welcome in. Lady, what'd you play? Oh, you did it just chat. Did you do the whole stream just chatting? Or did you end on just chatting? What'd you do? Oh shit, he's gonna come over here. Alright, I need to get up. I need to get up, and I need to just, like, chill right here. Alright, chill. Chill for just a second. Okay, hello, Raiders! Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that, I hope you guys are ready for some Tears of the Kingdom, because it's going to be my entire personality for the next however many weeks. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If my community does not know who Lady Lone Wanderer is, do yourself a favor and give her a follow. She was one of the first friends that I made on Twitch. She's one of the first people I followed on Twitch. And I absolutely adore her. She's one of my favorite streamers, one of my favorite people. So everybody in my chat needs to be following her. But everybody else, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just see like what we're about, what to expect, all that good stuff. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up, and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's
Just more
looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun!
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you for the raid, lady. I appreciate it. I am trying and failing at getting up here stealthily. Yeah. Nope. Run. 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 Don't stop. Just run. Maka! What are you doing? Thank you so much. And thank you for gifting that to Trem. No. Cutscenes! Just go cutscenes! Just go cutscenes! Mock, thank you so much. That was very nice of you. Not required, not necessary, but very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I literally ran for my life. I literally ran for my life there. Did you guys see? I had a quarter of a heart left and I booked it. I booked it out of there so fast. I was like, no thank you. Don't even mention it. Lips are sealed. Much appreciated. Surface map updated. Sky map updated? Okay. Okay. What is that star still? I don't know what the star is. I want to know how the heck such a big chasm doesn't make the entire overworld collapse on itself. You can't ask questions, Laz. You should know you can't ask questions. Look at my glidey glide with my little shirt. It's so fun. What's that? Oh, I did that already. Oh, here's the Colosseum. What is that? I'm gonna die. I'm totally gonna get killed. What is that? Guys, what is that? That looks like danger. Ah! He saw me on me! Do you fly? Oh, you fly. Oh, you fly. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry. No! He is very angry at me. He is very angry at me. I just wanted to look. I just wanted to look. I'm sorry. We're never going there again, chat. We are never going there again. Mistakes have been made. We're never talking about it again. I looked in the I literally walked in and I was like, what's this? And he was like, you fucked around and found out. And I was like, I didn't even fuck around. I'm sorry. I'll never fuck around and find out again. Not gonna lie, I pooped a little. How do you think I felt? I think I peed. Look at him, he's still so angry. He's still so angry at me. Alright, where are we gonna go from here? Hold on, I need to look before we... Okay, we're just gonna go, I guess. Let's find somewhere that's not hell. Let's find somewhere that's not fucking hell. Wait, where's the... Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the thing I was going towards? What's that? It's a little Target. Let's go shop at Target. What? Buildy things! So many buildies. What are you? Oh, you're a Weeble Wobble. You're a rocket. A wheel. Ooh, buildy things. What do? That's a bell. Lots of buildy things. Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
Look at that. It's beautiful. Beauteous. Put the bell on top. Uh-huh. Why? Because I thought up a great new game. A test of strength. Want to give it a go? How? To make the bell at the top of this here tower ring as loud as you can. Throw something at it with as much force as you can. Okay. Okay. So, I have to... Alright, what if I launch... Okay, let me just see. Oh, it said you only get one for this thing on me. Charge you a fee. I don't even have 30 rupees. Alright, so I bet you if you put a thing here... I know that's very specific, guys, I know. There. And then you boop it. Oh, it's already been booped. What's this? It's your death. It's fine. Alright, so what if we do this? Like, what just happens? Like, what just happens? Well, you have to actually hit it first. Big ol' nope there. Okay, so these right here are bombs. This right here is a rocket. This right here is like a weeble wobble where like you activate it and it stands up straight. Okay. I might have to come back to this one. I might have to come back to this one, like, once I've built a little bit more. And I actually, like, can, like, rationalize the things and visualize things. Because I don't know. Can you put a rocket between the springs? Good idea, but I don't think so. I was trying to think, like, if I could do, like, a chain reaction. Like, I could have the spring go off and launch something up into the rocket. But then I was like, but how can I guarantee that the rocket will push the rock where I need it to go? I think I'm about to come back. I have to think on that one for a minute. I have to use my brain power for that one, and I'll have to come back. See, because in one of the other shrines, they stacked the springs, and it like bounced you higher, but there's only one spring, so force transfer. Alright, so can I hit this with this? No, it doesn't count. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So that... Yeah, see, there's... Okay, so there's the thing right there. The one that's low. Okay. Shit. Okay. What does it do with this? Okay. So here's a second pole. Okay. Do I... Right. This to this. And then this. I genuinely don't know if this is the right answer. Did I stick it? Oh, I did. Oh my god, okay. Is this not it? Is this not the answer? Oh my god, you did not just do that. Okay. What the heck? What? I am very confused. Can I like... Alright, I have to get rid of this hand, it's annoying. Okay, so this can go up and down. I am so confused. How? Can I use my Zonai stuff? I can't use my Zonai stuff in here. Of course not. I think I need to leave and come back because I think I need to reset this shrine. Okay, let's see. Ugh. Alright, so the first one I got, fine. It's okay, you'll get it. I'm really confused. Like, I am actually really confused. It's the second puzzle that's getting me. The first puzzle I got. The first puzzle I got, no problem. Okay. That's fine. Now. If you're able to connect the logs side by side, can you connect them? And yes. Yes. Oh, are you thinking to have this lift you up? So you put two end to end on here and then this will lift? Maybe. But then how do I get up? Alright, let's try. Let's try. I don't even know if that's what you're thinking, but let's just pretend that's what you're thinking, and we'll say you solved it, okay? Okay, so we got this one. Okay. Like a climbing pool. I genuinely don't think you can climb these. Oh, you can. You can climb these? There's no way. So some you can, some you can't. Because there's others that I tried to climb that I couldn't before. Okay, hold on. Let's put you up here. Alright, and then let's climb this. There's no fucking way. There's no way that it's that simple. So some of these, that's so weird. I guess it makes sense that like some you can and some you can't. Why are you going on an angle? Why are you killing me? Okay. No, this way. This way. This way. There we go. Alright, so now the question is gonna be, how am I gonna lift this to get back up? Oh, no, I need it. I need it. I need it. I can't stop. Why? 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 Go. If they connect platforms, can you connect them any which way? And meanwhile, the whole time, it's like, what if I just use my brain for like 2 seconds? And I'm over here like, lol, brain, what's that? Again, I'm not sure this is how you're supposed to solve this puzzle, but Mock is the champ. That's what happened here. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Mock, you are a champ. I don't know if that's what you were going for, but you got my gears grinding that way. I don't know if that's what you were going for, but that got me thinking in the different direction. Coming back to the surface. Y'all have brains? Nah. I've ever played a Zelda. You've never played a Zelda? Never ever? Never ever? Alright, so now we have enough for 4 upgrades. So we can get 2 hearts and 2 stamina. Where do I go for hearts and stamina, though? Alright, so... The Temple of Time, River of the Dead. That's... new. That's new. Alright, so we have to go to... is there one in Kakariko? We have to go to a goddess statue so I can get my upgrades. I don't remember. I know that there was one here in Breath, but I don't know if there's one here in Tears. That's right in front of Impa's building right here. Oh, it is still here. Nice. Very nice. Okay. So, 2 heart containers, 2 stamina containers. 1. That's nice. I don't need to see this. Oh my gosh, it's gonna make me see it every time. Okay. 1. Who removed my goo? Bing! Alright, 1 more. Okay. And then we're gonna get 2 stamina. Bing! 1. Man, I wish I could just buy stamina. Goo. Oh, increasing some of the stamina you lost to the gloom. So it basically, like, assumes that, like, you had everything from Breath of the Wild, and you lose it when you go under Hyrule Castle in the beginning of the game. Luminion. I really like Luminion. I think it's a really pretty Pokemon. Oh, let me mark this. Okay. Alright, what do we got map-wise? Okay, so we've done... What are these markings, I wonder? Let's go to the tower, and let's look at the, those markings, and see what we've got marked. Let's see what we've got marked. I already don't remember what a lot of my markings are for. If I'm being completely honest. Oh, guys, I have such terrible posture when I play on console. Oh, Blurpy. Oh, are they those right there? Right, so yellow's that. That's not marked at all. Right, so green is there. Yellow's there. What's red and blue? I don't see red and blue. Wait, is that red? No. What's the red and blues then? Okay, hold on. Let's go this way. Blood moon while I'm skydiving? How rude. So heckin' rude, I know. Ooh, can I go here? Probably not. I don't think I'll make it. Have I already done this one? Before I spend all my time, like, flying over here? Like, have I already done this one? No, I don't think so. That might have been too low. No, I don't think I've been on this one yet. Or maybe I have. There's nothing on this one, it doesn't look like. Center Hyrule Sky. Okay. Oh, I clearly haven't. There's a chest that I haven't looted, so obviously I haven't been here. An old map. I hate it here. I'm not gonna go look for those maps. Alright. Unloaded chest couldn't be, right? Who even is she? Alright, Blood Moon, get it over with. Where are we going? Oh, there's blue. And there's red. Oh, Zora's Domain. Hurry up, get it over with. Get it over with! Okay.
When the glow of the...
We don't need to watch it every time. Damn, how many Blood Moons have I gotten since I've started playing this game? Alright. Can I make it over there? I don't think I can. Not in, like, one go, at least. No, over there. Yeah. Alright, I mean, like... I guess we'll just start heading over there and see what happens. I do that every fucking time, like a dummy. Why? Oh my god, I literally hit the wrong button and lost all of that. All that distance. It just screws me up because for Nintendo, these are L and R, and they're not like LB and RB for like bumper, which like everything else is. So when it says to hit L or R, I always hit the triggers instead of the bumpers, and Nintendo is backwards. So I fixed it. No thanks. Controller issue with Nintendo? Yeah, so it's just like, it's just remembering which controller is which and readjusting. And I just haven't been playing Nintendo for a long time. Is it the shape of the button? No, it's because when I play games, I use my Xbox controller, so like it's, you know, it's ZB or RB and Z and RL or whatever. So in my mind, I'm just hitting the wrong thing. Like I'm just hitting the wrong thing. For some reason, I can't remember that L and R are the bumpers, not the triggers. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just me being stupid. I don't play Nintendo often enough. I just don't play Nintendo enough. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not interested. Alright, so so here's one. Here's one. These dudes all over, like, they're holding up signs, right? How, like, I feel like if I just took the sign from them, I could fix it, and I could do the sign thing for them, but they won't let me. Wait, can I attach things to the sign? No, it won't let me. Okay. Alright. I'll figure that out. It's a pain in the butt to remember Nintendo. Yeah, and the B and the A and the X and the Y being the opposite of Xbox also messes me up. Welcome back, Yaga. Hit the bottom button when saving. Yes, press X. Yeah, for PlayStation. Yeah, for me. Here, let me see if I can. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna lose a little bit of. Look, I don't know if you can see, but like X and Y are the opposite. A and B are the opposite. Like, look at that. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Like, look at that. Why? Why is Nintendo backwards? Why is Nintendo backwards? Why? It's wildly annoying. I know, Nintendo has always... I know. It's not Nintendo that's backwards. It's Xbox that's backwards. But it's Nintendo that's backwards because I primarily use my Xbox controller. I know. I know. I've been playing Nintendo. Like, I know. I know. But they used to have, like, a big A button, like a large green A button and a little red B button. X is the bottom? Yeah, exactly. They're all different. It's so annoying. It's hard to keep up, honestly. Alright, how am I gonna get over there? This isn't terrible. I might be able to make a little bit of distance from here. Yeah, I know. It's just frustrating. Oh, look, here's a little ladder. Easy peasy. For your Switch, it has the big A. I know, I've seen. Yeah, Nate has one. I've seen them. They're good for, like, Melee. Like, people who still play, like, Smash Brothers and stuff. How Zelda is good. Oh, that's not good. No, thank you. I don't want any. Nope. Nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. What is that? Who's flinging poo? Where's this poo coming from? Ew. I have a question. Otai? Many travelers turn back. First, okay. I don't play Melee enough. Oh, for Smash? Yeah. I have to get there. Okay, so... Who's throwing poo? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. At 3 a.m. when I'm lost? Yes. Yes, you may. Broseph did. I would wake up to random messages from Broseph. That'd be like, where's this? Or how do I do this? Or without giving me the answer, just like push me in the right direction. Like, where do I go? You know? I wouldn't say I'm the foremost authority on Zelda, because there are people, like speedrunners, like know way more than I do. But Breath of the Wild in particular, I do know really, really well. I do know Breath of the Wild really well. I would. And I did. Oh my gosh, we've been live for 7 hours. Holy smokes. Oh my god, that was so scary. Why are you still spitting at me? Jesus Christ. Alright, so I can go... that way. I can go that way. When are you playing? When are you starting? I enjoy your poop clip, by the way. I know, you usually do enjoy those ones. I still never saw who's throwing the poop, though. Like, poop is just it's just falling from the sky. Oh, wait, there's the star. That's the star I've been seeing. No, you will not finish tonight because we are playing after I get out the stream. Hello. Hello. What do you think this is? Do you think you have free will? You think you get to make your own choices? Well, do I have news for you, buddy? You shot me in the air, you whore. Choi says? What is that? I don't know. You mean poo doesn't just but like, where is it coming from? Wait, it's coming from... oh no, it's not coming from the star. Where is the poo coming from? I would like answers. I would like poo-related answers. Where? Is the star pooing? I'm gonna watch. Does it have stage fright? Where's the poo coming from? Show yourself! Where are you at on the map? Here. I'm trying to get to Zora's Domain, which I know I'm probably not supposed to be yet, but I'm trying. But the star, I'm very curious about this star that's right here. Buy some stones. A thingy in the water. Allure? Allure? Where is the poo coming from? It's just falling. This is like my nightmare. This is my nightmare, guys. Like, is it being launched from somewhere? Show yourself. Show me the poo. I'm so scared. Alright, there's a Korok under here, but I'm gonna guess. No, I'm in the poo. I'm in the poo. I'm gonna guess I probably can't get it yet. What's up with Zora's Domain always having, like, the worst luck when it comes to liquids? Like, the last game, Zora's Domain was, like, flooded. Damn, y'all, who be pooing? Are you there? Did you go to the poo? Okay, I got a Korok out of the deal. You hit? Okay. Oh, a well. Well, I don't want to go in the well, though, because I don't know where it's going to drop me, and I don't know if I'll be able to get back out. So we'll come back. Where's the poo? Sir? Are you throwing poo on top of a mountain? I'm waiting. I'm waiting right here for poo. We're not going anywhere until we see where this poo is coming from. As soon as I leave, it's gonna poo. You know that, right? We're our poo. And I'm so sorry. I bet it's up by where, like, those birds are. Sea of Thieves tells me to go there. Where's the poo? If I turn around and start to leave... Where is it? Where is it? Guys, I know that this sounds so stupid, but, like, this is, like, an irrational fear of mine. Which I know it's irrational, but, like, seriously. Where? If I turn around and start to leave. Hi, driver. Welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna keep going. I'm feeling very betrayed right now by this game. It was you were pooping? Alright, so it says that I'm on... Well, that's the river. Okay, so follow this river this way, and it continues to go around and up. So many poops. You need to go see a doctor or something. You need to see a doctor. Poopy! Where's Astro? I don't know. He's probably out drinking. It's probably a good idea to ask him. He'll know. Get shit on. Pooping is kind of the best, honestly. Listen, everybody poops. Everybody poops. But this mountain is flinging poop at me. And I don't really appreciate it. And I don't really appreciate it. I don't have my climbing stuff on. Poor hoose. Poor hoose. Oh yeah, everything's a whorehouse to Astro, that's right. I named my horse... Horse. What's that? You a little frog. You a dead frog. A sticky frog. No. No, let's try notice over here. Okay. La 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 la. Ooh, that's a lot of shroomers right there. You have a cat named Poe? Like Edgar / Alan? You're just housing all the cats in the neighborhood? Outdoor Poe. God, why is there poop everywhere? Seriously. This is out of control. This is out of control. We're almost there. We're almost there. Alright, how? Should I go all the way up and should I go that way and around? Or should I try to go that way? Let's try to go this way. There's dudes there, so that's gonna suck. There are more of the three-headed boys? Oh, I figured there was. I figured they're gonna do the different elements, like the Lionels. Where? Where are you pooing? Ew! The poo is coming from inside the house. Ooh, I am not gonna be able to climb this. Hold on. How do you know where to go? Like, how are you supposed to know where to go? Or, like, how do I know where to go? Because those are two very different things. Yes. So, there are quests. Like, there's quests. There's main quests. There's quests that will tell you where to go, and we'll have a quest marker. I prefer to have as much of my map uncovered as quickly as possible. Because it makes it easier for me to visualize where I need to go next. Because I can see my fucking... kidding me right now. Because I can see my entire map. So that's what I do. And I like to kind of uncover and accomplish as I go. But that is not recommended because, as we've already seen, I have run into a few situations where I am very, very, very underleveled or underpowered for the place that I'm trying to go. So I guess I don't normally recommend that tactic, even though it's what I do. But yeah, that's how I do it, and that's how I decide where to go and what to do next. See, this is gonna kill me because he keeps getting stuck here, and I don't want to like stop squatting, please. No, see, there we go. Grab. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't recommend doing it my way. I recommend loosely staying on the track quest-wise, because more often than not always, but more often than not, the main quest will give you the things that you need to progress the story, if that makes sense. So, like, Broseph came in my chat after stream yesterday, and they were like, oh, I can't find this particular thing. Like, do you know where to go? And I was like, if you literally just, like, do, like, one more quest after, like, where you left, like, you're there. You know? So it's like, a lot of times, the main story quest will provide you everything you need for your exploration later. But I don't do it that way. You know, like, when it tells you to immediately go kill Ganon, that's true, too. Like, in Breath of the Wild, you'll get to a point, and, it'll be like, okay, well, go to the castle and rescue Zelda. And you're like, I just woke up. So it's like, sometimes use your better fucking judgment. Like, if it tells you to go kill the end boss, and, like, you haven't done anything yet, then, like, obviously... There's so much stuff up here, holy shit. Like, there's so much stuff up here. There's so many materials up here. Yes, I am too. Yep. And especially with this, because the side quests will give you a lot of... basically, like, any of your extra crap, your weapons, your armor. That's mostly gonna come from side quests. But things like your paraglider and like things like that are going to be like actually progressing the main everything, like that's main stuff. Main quest. Oh, a cave. New discovery. Upland Zorana Byroad? Oh. What's that mean? Witcher took forever because of side quests. See, The Witcher, I feel like I may have actually ended up enjoying The Witcher more because I rushed through because of side quests. Like, I didn't want to do side quests on stream because I didn't want to be boring. So I think that that's why I didn't enjoy The Witcher as I probably would have. Okay. So the likes change elements. Oh my god, stop. That didn't blow that up? Huh. That didn't blow that up. Alright, so... do I have to throw a bladed weapon? Yeah. Yep. But where is it now? It's sinking. Oh, there it is. Oh no. Oh no, no. I am gonna die very, very much. I am going to die very much. Please no. I beg you. Nope. Nope, I don't want to be here. No thank you! No thank you! No thank you. No thank you. I would like to be literally anywhere else. Shit, okay. Alright, I'm out. Oh, looky, crabbies! We like crabbies. Okay, we made it out. Are they still chasing me? Why? What do you want with me? My booty doesn't taste good, I promise! Alright, so that did not mark that cave complete. Understandable. Have you tried not dying? Did I die? The answer is almost many times. But still no. I'm gonna right now though, because I have no stamina. Oh my god, clutch. Let's see if I can do it again right here. Is that a frog? These frogs are wild. They just be sticking anywhere. Crazy. The grunting noises. I'm not gonna make it. I've got this little tiny bit of bonus stamina here. Alright, I need to get right there. I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. I'm not gonna make that right there. Oh, oh, oh my god! There's No way! I took a chance, and I have no idea how I pulled that off. I can't believe that right now. Did anybody see that? Oh my god. I straight anticipated just falling. Falling and losing all of it. I can't believe that. That's in fucking insane right now, dude. That's in fucking insane. I thought you were goner, so did I. Like, I literally was like, alright, take one for the team, let's go. Alright, how do I get up from here? Oh, right there. I did too. For 100% thought I was a goner. I did not think there was any way I was making that. We're close. We're right by this tower. Look at that. That was not actually my plan. My plan was to try to get over to Zora's domain, which is over there, behind this tower. Poopy! Oh no, the door is blocked by the poo. Can I throw... Can I throw water? Yeah. I can get rid of the poo! I can't believe I can just throw water to get rid of the poo. Amazing. Amazing. Guys, I might be the best seller. Ooh. Ew, look, now we can see where the poo is coming from. Now we see the poo is coming from the sky. It's sky poo. It's sky poo! We just need a good old rain. A good old rain. Shittles. Disgusting. Disgusting. Ooh, the Death Star. The Death Star. Color. Oh look. Oh look! Color. The Death Star. Oh shit. That's kind of cool. It's like a little gyro. He's just living his best little life. Ooh, you know how to do the sign thing? Okay, I want to know, but I don't want to know. I don't want you to tell me. I want to see if I can figure it out. I'm just like, there has to be something you can throw. There's something you can throw, or something. Flying device. Okay. Like, yes, we already know this, though. Like, am I supposed to... Oh, it does glide over there. Okay. Where the fuck does that go? Oh my god, that goes all the way down? Okay. Oh, see, we want to go here because there's wings over here. Okay, so we want these fans, so that's good. Okay. Oh, wait, am I not supposed to fly that down? Because am I supposed to be flying the one in the center? Wait, what does that do? Look, it's still just it glides like forever. And then it goes down. Okay. So. How are you supposed to get the stuff up there? Like, how do you send stuff back up? Wait, can you... Do these things float under a fan? Kind of, but not really. Okay. This one's hard. This one I might have to reset. Okay, because this one flies fine till it goes up. And then across is carts. And that's an option. That's okay. It's all personal preference. I, on the other hand, will get a digital copy first, and then I'll buy it physically if I really, really want it. And that's if I really, really want it. Oh shit, it's here. It wasn't even here. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Okay. Wait, where is this? Oh, it's in the gap? I can't. I cannot think of what I'm supposed to do here. I can't believe I just did that. I just walked off. So I was thinking. Okay, so where's the one that it drops here? And what do I do with the carts? Hi, Trap. Alright, I don't know, let's see. Hi, Trap. How are you? All good? I'm good. I haven't done it yet, Poorly. That's on my list of stuff to do in the morning. Yours and, Franklin's. It's on my list for the AM. Ooh, okay, hold on. No worries, just curious. Nope, it's on my list. I know I've been saying it's gonna be done, but it's actually on my list of stuff to do. You fucking joking me right now. I'm absolutely loving the game. Except for stupid stuff like this, where the game's just dumb. Okay, go. Run, roll. I don't understand how... Like, they come out of here. Why won't they leave from here? See, they disappear. Like... It tells me it's already used. Honestly, GameStop has done that a lot to me. Honestly. GameStop has done that more than once, if I'm being completely honest, and it's really frustrating. Okay. So if I get rid of this one, will it respawn? Okay. Okay, do I need... Why is this not enough of an angle to get this thing to roll? Astro! We were just talking about you. We were just gossiping about you. I just tried to push it. What were you saying? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Wouldn't you like to know? Can I share a super useful tip I learned from TikTok, spoiler free? Is it really spoiler free though? Yes? Sure. If it's not spoiler free, I'm gonna be very upset. This isn't gonna work. Oh wait. Can this? Does this fit? This fits. Very nice. You can move the wing thing with the hand and then rewind it to take off easily. That wasn't the problem. The problem was I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to take all of these pieces and bridge the gap with them. Is what the problem is. But that is a good trick. But that's not what my problem was, unfortunately. That's not what my problem is, unfortunately. Right, where's the... Oh yeah, I just used it. I'm like, where's the bird? Just used it. Just used it. Just the two of us. Alright, I don't think that this is it. Specifically because that coupon is supposed to make it pay. Yeah, right? Right? GameStop is just shyster. Let's be real. This is not gonna work. I need it to go across the whole thing. Okay. Does it need to go under? Can you do this? Oh, that would have been really cool if you literally could have just... Alright, hold on. So the fucking thing glides on its own, but it won't glide with the fan attached to it. But it glides on its own. Go, be free. Go glide, my precious. Glide. Oh, you're making an updraft somehow. Okay, I have to figure out how to get this fan across here. And I cannot figure it out. Nope. Okay, or just do that too. Alright, what if I just put it on? Like anywhere. And I don't actually turn it on. And I just kind of like... Alright, how are you supposed to get them back? Is the question. Like, how are you supposed to get everything back to up there to put it on to sail it across? Is what I don't understand. Like... I don't get it. Like, I honestly, like, my brain just, like, what do you want from me? Because clearly, you need to take... Maybe that's not it. Maybe... Like, I need to be gliding... Is it here? Like, do I need to launch it here and across? So do I need to actually get everything over here? Okay, so then how do I get... Okay. Let's try it. I don't think this is it, but let's try it. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is it at all. Whoop, you... I'm so annoyed right now. That he climbed at the last second. I'm literally gonna die doing this shrine. Alexa's been so aggressive. No, seriously. Like, my Alexa's always like, you have new alerts, you have new alerts. And whenever I, like, look, I'm always like, this is fucking stupid. What is this? It's like, so-and-so on your Amazon Music playlist has released a new album. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. I don't care. Alright, I need to get this ready so I can grab one that falls here. When it appears here. Oh no, my thing is still over there. Oh, my car is still over there. Okay, hold on. So maybe... Okay. So I should be able to slide on it now. There's no way. Come on! You're here! Like, there's no way that this game is literally punishing me like this. You're here! You're literally here. Like, get out of here with that shit. This game sometimes, I swear to God. Alright. Turn this way now. Okay. Make it across. Make it across. Make it across! No, it pushed me! There's no way! There's no way! There's no way that the cart came from behind me and pushed me back down. I'm beyond fucking frustrated right now. There's no fucking way right now that that cart came out from behind me and pushed me down and I missed the jump on my last fucking heart. My life's a joke, guys. Like, you know, some people are like, oh, woe is me, I'm so sad. No. Honestly, everything about my life is a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a practical joke from whoever it is, whatever it is that you believe in, thinks it's funny to just make my entire existence just laughable. Because there's no reason. There's no fucking reason for that shit. Actually, no reason. That was annoying. Oh, that was so annoying. God, that was probably one of the most annoying things I think I've ever experienced in my entire life. Okay. Flip. Attach. Okay, is this gonna be enough speed? I don't think it is. I don't think this is enough. So if I go in the back, does it make the tail go up? There we go. And then you go forward, and then you go upwards, like this, and then you go forwards, and then you go up. That was a big up there. I'm not gonna make this. It's not, there's no way I'm gonna be able to pull this up. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I can't pull it back up. Go back up. Up, 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 up. Okay. So we need height. Okay. What if I don't go all the way and I do like that? I don't think this is it either. Nope, that immediately went the wrong way. Gonna go to bed? No problem, Squints. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out. I'm wondering... No. It has to be this one. It can't be the one up top. It can't be. There's just no way for me to get all the pieces up there. There's just no way. Why? Why? But that's what I was thinking. Okay, so what if we do... But then how do I... How do I make it roll then? Eris! Hi! Fan down, would it stand further back and keep the nose up? Interesting. Is my internet doing the thing? I feel like my internet's about to do the thing. Hopefully it's not. Hi Eris, welcome in. How was your stream? What'd you play? Okay, my internet is about to go out. I can tell. Yep, my internet's gonna go out. My stream's not loading stuff. My messages aren't loading. Alright. Alright. Hopefully my internet won't go out. It looks like it's about to because none of my stuff wants to load. And my chat's about to go out. So that's fun. Eris, hopefully my internet won't go out. Give me literally 1 second. Okay. Have we lost connection? Is everything still going? And is everything still good? I mean, my chat needs to be refreshed, so hopefully that will be okay. Let me just reopen it here. Okay, that was the worst fucking timing. Nope, I have no chat. Is my internet still down? Like, it's blue. It's back up. It's blue. Yeah, see? Couldn't load that page. Why? Hmm. It seems goo. Yeah, it's not on my end. I don't know. See, like, everything, like, my internet says it's fine, which is the part that's really annoying because why? Like, it says that it's fine, but nothing is connecting on OBS. Alright. I fucking hate doing this, like, as soon as I get a raid, but I think I have to raid out. Like, my internet is going to go down. It's just weird right now. Like, it's like in this in-between. Like, nothing, like, I can't even... Nothing is working. Yeah, we're gonna have to raid out. I just can't, like... I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like, it's fine. Like, every time I can see my router right here. Oh, now it's red. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna go down. Are you wired? I am. Yeah, it's just my internet decides when it wants to work and when it doesn't want to work. That's really odd. No, it's really Spectrum. Nope, it's really Spectrum. Alright, let's find someone to raid, because I can't do anything. But it won't take my actual stream offline, which is the stupid part. Okay. Anybody that, like, we like and that we follow is playing this game. There's a lot of people playing this game, but I don't really want to go into somebody where I'm not sure, like, where they are in the game, you know? Alright, let's go to Holly. Let's go to Holly. Okay. So how do I get to mine? It's 2 nights in a row. Literally 2 nights in a row. This is just ridiculous. And it's embarrassing, honestly. Right. I know it's not my fault, but it still frustrates me and it upsets me. Like, it's so annoying that, like, I can't have a stream. I can't have a functioning stream. But as long as you guys can still hear me and I can still use my phone, I guess, to raid out. I will be live tomorrow. I'm gonna reset my router and all that crap, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be better. I don't know. Right around the 7 or 8 hour mark is when everything seems to go to shit. But thanks for hanging. I appreciate you all. Please go give Holly some love. I can't even do the raid message, so Poorly, if you could write the raid message in chat while we have a couple seconds, it would mean a lot to me if you guys would raid out. I know that kind of shit just went to shit. Eris, thank you for the raid. I love you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow. Go give a... No, I said write the raid message. It doesn't... Never mind.